Hello. 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 Hello.
आयोजक काय म्हणताय सगळं आता सगळं तयार होते लगेच सुरू आणि काय सुरू
छोटीशी रिक्वेस्ट आहे आपल्या बरोबर जे लोक कोणी अजून कॅन्टीन मध्ये वगैरे असतील तर प्लीज त्यांना मेसेज द्या आणि दिलाच आहे पण तुम्ही सांगा 2 मिनिटात सुरू होतोय काय Good morning, all the dignitaries, all the dais, all the participants of this workshop, NEP 2020 Sensitization, Train the Trainer program. I welcome you all on behalf of Finolex Academy of Management and Technology. This program has been organized by University of Mumbai in coordination with UGC, Malaviya Mission Teacher Training Program and National Higher Education Mission. We are going to begin today's program with our national anthem and university song.
जनगणमनगतिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जगति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे सुंदरं मंदिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् सुंदरं मंदिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् कलाशास्त्रवाणिज्य शाखा विदुरा अनुरा विमुक्ता विनन्दालयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् सत्यं वदामो धर्मं चरामो नयामो दुःखभारं लयम् सत्यं वदामो धर्मं चरामो नयामो दुःखभारं लयम् सदा हे रतानां सदा जागृतानां भवेत् भविष्येति तस्मात् भयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् युवास्यात्मनिष्ठो युवास्यात्मनिष्ठो युवाध्येयनिष्ठो विपुण्याश्रयम् युवास्यात्मनिष्ठो युवास्यात्मनिष्ठो
Thank you all. You may take your seats. Now, I request all the dignitaries organized to please proceed to light the lamp to symbolize the knowledge and wisdom. Thank you. It has been said in the preface of the report by Radhakrishnan Commission that the knowledge is universal, but the education is always national. And I think that highlights the need for having national education policy. As you all are aware, that after a long gap of almost 34 years in the year 2020, a new education policy was formed in India, which is called as National Education Policy 2020. Through different aspects, this policy intends to bring many positive changes at each stage of education. And hence, it is very much important to have proper understanding of this policy before we implement that. And this workshop is an effort towards that only. So I would now request our principal, Dr. Kaushik Prasad, to felicitate our today's chief guest and Vice Chancellor of University of Mumbai, Professor Ravindra Kulkarni. our principal, Dr. Kaushal Prasad, with a flower bicycle and autobiograph of our founder president, Chabriya sir. Now I request our principal to felicitate our second guest and today's speaker. He is Dr. Hide. He is going to be a speaker for today's session. Dr. Hide, who works as head of the Department of Information Technology at Mulund College of Commerce. Thank you, sir. Now, I would request our coordinator of today's workshop, Dr. Jayanta Mani, to felicitate our principal, Dr. Kaushal Prasad. Thank you, sir. Now, I would hand over the mic to our principal, Dr. Kaushal Prasad, for his welcome address.
Please on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. Organised Sir, principals from various colleges, faculty and staff members. I welcome you all for this two-day workshop on NEP 2020. On behalf of Academy, I would like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Vice Chancellor Sir, who gave this opportunity to host this important workshop in our device. So, next 2 days is going to be session by various speakers. Just one line I would like to share. We all have the surface knowledge of NEP, National Education Policy. Since it has come, we have gone through various articles. Accordingly, we have the surface knowledge of NEP. But these next 2 days will be very knowledgeable, and we will get in-depth knowledge about NEP, which will be very important and crucial in implementing the NEP in our own institution. Accordingly, the next 2 days are going to be important as well as very knowledgeable. Please make maximum use of it, and let us acquaint ourselves with in-depth knowledge of NEP from during these next 2 days. I am certain next 2 days we will have good time into the campus. In case of any difficulty or support needed, please feel free to contact our coordinators. We will be very happy to help you out in case of any difficulty you have for the next 2 days into the campus. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor to address us with his words of wisdom.
Principal Kaushal sir, Dr. Hide, our Ratnagiri sub-campus director, professor, all my dear faculty colleagues who are coming from different colleges. This has been the last workshop in terms of the series of different workshops which was organized under the pretext of NEP Sensitization. We started the NEP Sensitization workshop on 23rd at Model College Ratnagiri, and then we had sensitization workshops at different places, including Mumbai suburban, South Mumbai, then Palghar, Thane, then Kankavli. Now it is at Ratnagiri. So the primary objective of having this sensitization workshop is to create a pool of trainers who could go back to their colleges after these 2 days workshop and will try to sensitize their own colleagues at the colleges. And in the near future, you are going to become a expert in this domain for the holistic implementation of NEP, maybe for next 5 years. I would say next 5 years because there are different features of NEP which would be implemented in due course. Some of them would be implemented from 2025 and some of them will be introduced in phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 like this. So as a trainer who are likely to develop expertise in this particular NEP implementation, so you need to see that your knowledge, your expertise is regularly updated so that all the features of national education policy could have been executed in a complete cycle. Earlier, begin with, we had a few workshops for principals of the colleges, and we moved across all 7 districts connected to University of Mumbai. We had meeting with principals and as well as IQAC coordinators or NEP coordinators. We tried to sensitize them and try to clarify whatever doubts they have in terms of implementation in their mind. So we tried our level best for providing clarifications. Simultaneously, we had dialogue with principals of the schools as well as vice principals of the junior colleges connected to senior college, so that the students who will be coming from those junior colleges and getting admitted to the first year of BA, BSc, BCom will have a fair idea about the kind of curricular framework which would be implemented at different colleges across the University of Mumbai. So, through school connect programs, we have tried to reach almost 20,000 students of different schools, and some of them who are taking up 12th standard examination. Now, naturally, we have a very good awareness about the kind of curriculum, the kind of changes that is likely to be implemented and the curriculum. In second phase, after completion of 12th standard examination, we are again going back to schools so that they will have a better idea about the changes in the curriculum framework which is to be implemented from this June 2024. In addition, we would like to have a sensitization for management of the colleges as well, so that all stakeholders, whether it is students, whether it is principals, whether it is teachers, all of them and management, everyone will be covered and they will have a fair idea about implementation of it. And at every workshop, sensitization workshop, now this is the last thing that I said, we have collected questions, we have gathered questions which we have presented during the workshop. Today also we would like to clarify, we would like to answer your queries and questions also. So those questions would be clubbed together and with a sort of a frequently asked questions kind of a FAQs which we prepared and will be displayed on our university website, so that those who come across any difficulty in terms of implementation, then they could refer to those questions and will undertake implementation in the best possible way. And I have been told by the principal of this college that they, in fact, they are going for live streaming of this particular workshop, and at the same time, the link will be made available to all of you, so that whenever you like to revisit same topic, same presentation, same discussion again and again. That is also possible, so that whenever you are visiting same issue, second times, third times, fourth times, naturally the clarity would have been much better. NEP, as the anchor has said in the beginning, has been introduced in 2020, but it has probably over the last 3 to 4 years lot of developments, changes, transformations have been implemented. UGC has come out with lot of guidelines, lot of gadgets. Government of Maharashtra on their own part also have undertaken various initiatives, starting with Mashalta committee, followed by second level of subcommittees on different parts, including curricular reforms. Then recently we have constituted steering committee, which is undertaking the development of the government resolutions in terms of different curricular reforms. And we would have seen over last 7 to 8 months, we have come across many new government resolutions. So, begin with we had government resolutions that was released for curricular reforms for BA, BSc, BCom in 2013 or 2023. Then we had GR for PG education in May 2023. Then subsequently we have GR on engineering, multidisciplinary engineering education in July 2023. Then subsequently we had government resolutions, particularly on internship. And recently you must have seen that government has now even allowed internship across different government departments as well. So they themselves have come forward for providing internship opportunity. Internship and on-job training has been a regular feature of our curricular framework. And actually, whenever you are looking for large-scale opportunities for internship or on-job training, many times this question is asked. We have very large number of students. How can these students make opportunities for internship or apprenticeship? Government itself has come forward, and all government departments are now available for the purpose of internship. And naturally, the steering committee is also talking to the industry associations and trying to see that right level of framework for the industrial training would be devised for internship and on-job training in industry also. University of Mumbai on its own has undertaken MOUs with many different industries so that that particular on-job training or internship facility could be extended even to the affiliated colleges. In addition, the University of Mumbai is undertaking an institutional establishment of central training and placement cell, which will not only facilitate training opportunities for university campus, but wherever possible, they will extend support given to the affiliated colleges. So the idea is that everyone is working. The basic point is like whether it is at national level, UGC, AICP, and other bodies, and whether at state level, it is government of Maharashtra. Both of them are working in the best interest of implementation of national policy. Now, so whenever we look at the operational part of it, now for me, since the workshop, different speakers are going to present different dimensions of NEP. So, as such, to begin with, I have been given a topic of general presentation on philosophy of national education policy. Of course, from operational point of view, we are not talking anything about qualitative features. Now we are talking about only quantitative implementation. So I am going to talk on philosophy of NEP and various features and the connected terminology. So that was the topic given to me as the speaker for this particular workshop, and I will try my level best to fulfill that objective. And say, just at the end of my presentation, we will take up a few questions also, and I will try my level best to satisfy those questions. Friends, while talking about operational part of philosophy of NEP, so some of the features that I would present are to be implemented from this academic year, 2024-2025. Some of the features will be implemented in the phase 2, and some of the features after mature development of NEP implementation. whenever we will have a mature implementation of NEP. Now, our stakeholders are also mature to take up the developments, and at the same time, we are also developing very good experience in terms of NEP. So, on either side, okay, we will take up those features, some of the features that lack the features. So that part also need to be presented because all of you as a trainer, you are going to work in a long run. So the purpose of this workshop is to train the trainer. So you are experts. You are supposed to work as an expert for next 5 years. That is the objective which has been fixed by University of Mumbai as well as by your college as well. Since the college has deputed you for attending this workshop, it's a clear understanding for all of us, including you, that you are supposed to work as a trainer for next 5 years. So get every doubt clarified. We are always available for that. So once you are supposed to get very much understood, very much introduced, very much aware of the different features of NEP, then you must facilitate understanding of those features with your colleagues, the students who would be approaching you, the management, and wherever possible, the other college colleagues there. So that first part you need to be clear. I would like all of you to be clear on that part. Is that clear to all of you?
Yes.
So all of you know be a NEP experts who would be serving this Ratnagiri region in a full flow, in a full potential. So whatever doubts get it clarified through this workshop, we will be always available for all kinds of the difficulties. We will be there to we will be there to solve your difficulties. But see that you whenever you say that you are an expert, meaning thereby you are approaching implementation of NEP with a positive frame of mind. Positive frame. So what is the meaning of positive frame of mind? That like there is nothing, no hurdle in my mind. So we are there to implement. There are issues, there are hurdles. We ourselves and with support of university, with support of our college principal, with support of academic council, will solve the difficulties. So we are supposed to be prepared for that. No difficulty, sorry, we don't have any hurdle in our mind. Many times implementation of any new development always comes out with certain hurdles, certain imaginary boundaries. We hope that in this sensitization workshop, these boundaries are overcome, eliminated. That's the first objective. Second, now let us start talking about the quantitative features of NEP, which is supposed to be realized in different phases. Let's talk about what is really expected under 2024-25. The first thing that is expected under 2024-25 is a multidisciplinary. The most important thing. NEP has always stated that the education has to be multidisciplinary in nature because each discipline has its own way of looking at problem. Each discipline has certain hypotheses. Each discipline has a certain methodology. Each discipline has certain ways of solving problems or issues. And let us have a look at in that. It's every discipline will have an. When we talk about multidisciplinary understanding, so it primarily means that looking at different disciplinary analysis, looking at different ways of looking at same problem in a different dimensions. So, like you can take an example, like how different disciplines can look at same problem. So, for example, like we are talking about a road development. Samruddhi Mahamarg has become a very important feature of Maharashtra as the infrastructure development. Or as far as Mumbai is concerned, okay, so we have an Atal Setu, then we have now an additional seeding which is going to become realized maybe by next week. So these are considered to be benchmarks for infrastructure and progress development. Now, when you look at the development of this particular infrastructure, everyone will have a different outlook. Civil engineering will always look on like what kind of a concrete that you need, what kind of the strength of material that you need to facilitate, how much steel that you need. That is what a civil engineering will look at. Then the environmental sciences will look at okay, whenever you are going for this development, is there any disturbance on ecological side? Whether an ecosystem will have a minimum disturbance while undertaking this development. Their look, outlook. Economics, okay, they will say that whenever well, these roads are developed, how many vehicles that will be good across. Now, because of very smooth road, faster connectivity, shorter distances, we would find that we would have larger number of transportation vehicles which is passing across, and as a result, we'll have a better economics in terms of material supply, in terms of support to the industries, in terms of inventory development. Right. So economics will have their own now. So every disciplinary approach has a certain understanding. When we look at multidisciplinary, we expect different domains to be realized. Now, in terms of multidisciplinary feature, what is being presented under 2024-25, we have said that we are implementing the 20th April GR specifically for arts, commerce, science. So, let us say we will have a holistic implementation of that GR. That is our guiding plan. But that is an illustrative. So, we will come across a lot of combinations under that GR from university side. But for non-autonomous college, the entire curricular combination has to be given by university. So we will provide those curricular combinations. So with reference to that curricular combination, of course, we have a separate topic under this workshop. So I will not go into the details of that, but at least to have an introduction about that. Like we will see that the overall curricular framework would have been arranged under 6 different verticals, which will provide the basis and foundation for multidisciplinarity. That's the first thing. So we would say that so far, whenever we were admitted either at BSc, BA, BCom, we started like particularly for taking up an example of BSc, we started with 3 subjects in first year, 2 subjects in second year, and 1 subject in final year. And that one subject in the third year was forming the basis of BSc with that specialization. So we say that whatever that specialization that we are talking about, it's continued, that feature is continued, but that specialization is now, that specialization which is the focus of degree is now accompanied with the skill features. So skilling is one of the important dimensions which has been introduced under national education. So whatever we are learning, that learning is simultaneously connected with hands-on training, hands-on skills, having a confidence of doing things, having a confidence of demonstrating those skills, having a confidence of implementing those skills and approaches in actual practice. So every specialization which is forming the basis of our degree, which we now refer as major, would be accompanied with training on vocational skills. That's one part with reference to the multidisciplinary. And then the system has become multidisciplinary from the second perspective that we using a second level subject other than the discipline of specialization, which is minor. That's the second feature. So that makes the students to be exposed to different disciplines or different domains. So minor is one specific feature which made our education multidisciplinary. Now what are the different combinations of minor that would be available for a course? That will be a baskets which will be developed by University of Mumbai Board of Studies and Academic Council and will be made available to all parties. We are simultaneously talking about, and of course third part is the open elective. That is also coming from a different discipline. With open elective we have little more stringent. With minor, you have certain flexibility that the second discipline, second subject, which is to be taken from minor, could be from same faculty or from other faculty. Both possible. Like if you are choosing science subject as a core, then you could choose second science subject as a minor, or you could choose second subject from commerce faculty or from humanities. That flexibility is available. But for open electives, can you just close the door? I hope everyone has now joined. So, open elective, however, has a certain rigidity because we would like to have a strict multidisciplinarity approach. So, disciplinarity approach should not be restricted to only one faculty. One should get a idea, one should get an experience, one should get a point of interest from the point of view of the studies from third dominance. That is open elective. So, open elective will be chosen from faculty other than the faculty of the chosen discipline course subject. Now, as an operational feature of this, what university board of studies and academic person is supposed to do? That they will develop baskets of minor, and they will develop baskets of the open elective. The basket of open elective would have been larger because when we say the open electives are of 12 credits, around 12 credits, then the open electives would have been like if they would be provided with individual courses, and the courses may be from different disciplines. Each course, like when I say like it is 12 credits, it may be 4 into 3 courses of each of 4 credits, or it may be 2 credit courses, which may become 6 open elective courses, or in between. These courses could be of different origin, would be chosen by students on their own interest, and accordingly they will become the part of the bouquet or basket which will be offered. Minor subject, okay, another, but minor has a connected feature. So when I say minor of 80 to 20 credits together, so they all the courses would be aligned in such a way that the courses offered in first year of that minor would become a base for courses offered in second year minor, and likewise third year which is being offered will be for which second year minor courses will become the base. So that's how they are, and that will result into a second option. Okay, in addition to your core degree, you will have a second option of minor degree. And now it is said that even UGC is providing very flexible in approach. Okay. The chairman was the chief guest for our convocation function, which was conducted on February 7th. So when we had a dialogue with him, so he had like the entire UGC based on his discussion appears to be very flexible in approach. He said that in near future, even a student takes up 18 to 20 credits only of mine. Normally for PG, what is our eligibility? We will say the core will be the eligibility, and the student can pursue PG degrees only in that core. Like if the student has finished core in physics, then he will have he or she would have been allowed for admission to first year with a PG with reference to physics subject. That's the restriction with reference to eligibility right now. But it is said that even a student can take up. Like suppose if the student has taken physics as a core and minor as a music, then even a student, although has pursued only 18 to 20 credits in minor with a music subject, he or she would be provided an option of taking up post-graduation even in music. So that becomes a second option. So flexibility for choosing PG degree options has now been increased. So that is what UGC says, that becomes an easier option even for students taking a minor. Now what is being done? Okay, the individual board of studies will develop minor subjects and open it. Say for example, the chemistry board of studies will develop minor subjects for non-chemistry students. chemistry board of studies will develop open electives for non-chemistry students. And so here really two things that is required. One as a teacher and second as a board of studies. What is that? Say, as for a board of studies, while designing that minor program or open elective, the board of studies has to realize, has to understand, and has to develop the minor course or open elective course in such a way that it will be easily taken up by non-chemistry background students. They will have to keep in mind that these minor courses are not being taken up by chemistry. They would be taken up by non-chemistry students, those students who may not have chemistry background, and they are taking chemistry. So, minor development of minor would be far different from that of code. Is the perspective of the coders. What is the perspective for the teachers? Perspective for the teachers is that whenever I am teaching chemistry subject to a non-chemistry student, and whenever I am teaching chemistry core to a chemistry core student, the perspective changes. So I need a different pedagogy. I need a different teaching approach for teaching chemistry to the core students and teaching chemistry to a non-core student or a minor students who has taken up chemistry in the minor. Because the students who is coming, the student who has chosen chemistry is coming from a different background. He may not have complete understanding. He may not even have any knowledge of a chemistry, because the chemistry as a minor might have been taken up by someone who is from the 12 arts background. For me, it is a challenge to teach chemistry to a non-core student. So I must have a right pedagogy, right? So when I say that this is the first operational feature of a national education policy, that quantitative understanding and transformation as well as realization of multidisciplinarity into actual practice will require multiple dimensions. Board of studies will have to think in different ways. Second thing, teachers will have to think in definite, will have to develop a definite pedagogical approach. And the student themselves will have to think, why I am choosing minor, why I am choosing open electives. Is it because they are easy to understand, or is it because I would like to have additional career options, or is it because I have certain interest in those areas besides my core? I have chosen core maybe from the employability perspective. So I have chosen, let us say, engineering, computer engineering, because I would realize that computer engineering will provide a better employment. So that's okay. So from core perspective, you are taken up. But minor and open elective, you have multi-dimensions. You could have chosen it because it is completely of your own interest. You have chosen it because that complements your core. Say for example, if an economics student takes up mathematics as a minor, then mathematics as a minor will complement the economics in terms of development of the quantitative features of economics. Economics, quantitative economics has been, or econometrics has been one of the important interdisciplinary branch under economics. So, if the student of economics is choosing mathematics, then he or she may have chosen from the perspective that it complements my physical understanding of my course of maybe second. Third, maybe it's completely out of my interest. I have chosen computer engineering as a core subject, but my hobby is probably sports, my hobby may be performing arts, my hobby may be yoga, whatever. Like. So, my say I may have a specific interest in history, let us say. So, I would like to pursue my interest. I would like to fulfill my hobbies. I would like to explore my hobbies in a curriculum framework, so that way. So for students also, they will have a multi-dimensional perspective. So as a teacher, as an expert in NEP implementation, see that whenever you are undertaking sensitization of the students, you see that let us explore these different dimensions. Let us put these different dimensions before students. Make them aware that these are different options available to you. These are different frameworks that are available to you. And let us explore in best possible way so that as a student who like to take up career at greater height, for a student who like to develop his personality full dimension, okay, let us have these options being exercised. So as a trainer, you need to make these features very well open to the students. Second part, that is what we understand from this multidisciplinarity, is that it has done one thing. It has done a breaking from compartmentalization. Completely breaking from the compartment. Now, all of you are in Finolex engineering college. Otherwise, a arts, commerce, science, like a go to innovative college and Finolex. They may not have a point of collaboration. A engineering college finds comfortable with another engineering college. Arts, science, commerce college finds comfortable with another arts, science, commerce college. That's the big story. In fact, whenever I was visiting over last 1.5 years, different colleges, institutions for undertaking sensitization on anything. At one particular campus, I just visited and had a dialogue with management. Specifically, that workshop was for management. The management said, in my campus, I have one engineering, one arts, commerce, science, then another management, one pharmacy, so many. So I can have a real exploration of multidisciplinary features because all of them are available. So I can have a dialogue. Then I said, like, that's really a good feature, but let us ask first. Okay, that has to be implemented, no doubt. But at least ask the principal of the pharmacy college, principal of the engineering college, who were just part of that meeting, principal of the arts and commerce science college, how far they had conversation over the last 1 year. How far they had a meeting together besides your management meeting. Okay, in management, actually, because that's chaired by the head of the management. And so all of them are attending and they are presenting their pictures and we move over that. But besides that, did they interact on any academic front? That's about it. Although they were part of the same family, they were part of the same campus, just while buildings were one by like nearby. So even faculties might not have interacted. Faculties may not be aware that my colleague is working in commerce and I am working in engineering. They may not be aware. So really, whenever you are going for a multidisciplinarity in terms of operational feature, a development of an understanding across different disciplinary institutions is equally important. And that is what meaning of elimination of compartment. Elimination of compartmentalization in qualitative terms under NEP has a different context. Okay, so it implies that like now an art student can take up engineering qualifications, or engineering student can take up a performing arts kind of a open elective minor. That is the primary and qualitative. But operational feature, quantitative meaning is what? That you are working together as in multidisciplinary domain and wherever required you are going to collaborate. So really many of you would be coming from a single disciplinary institution. Maybe entirely commerce college, maybe entirely science college, maybe entirely like a simply arts college. That's quite possible. Now for that, implementing a multidisciplinary feature will become a difficult thing. Why? Because, so let us say minor could be chosen. Like say, for example, you have an arts college. So you may say that I have taken history, allowed a student to take up history as a core and philosophy as mine. Both of them are available. But what about open elective? Open elective has to be compulsory from other than arts. So we like to collaborate with someone else. So it is better to collaborate with the adjoining institution and have a two-way understanding, have a two-way collaboration. You are in arts specialty, good advantage that you have so many domain subjects under arts and humanities, which you can offer to the neighboring institution, which may be engineering, which may be science. So let us offer your subjects as a minor or open electives to those institutions, and allow that institution students to take up your subjects. You have well-established library, you have well-established laboratories under that domain, although that be utilized for the students of every institution and use their library facility, which is specialized in agricultural sciences and engineering, to be utilized by your students. So that give and take policy as a kind of a symbiosis is very much essential for operational success of multidiscipline. So qualitative features, okay, good in like theory, but now whenever we are going for quantitative, be candid to accept certain things and move ahead accordingly. Now this has been something that is to be realized in 2024-25. I would like to tell you some of the things that needs to be prepared. Like you as an expert, you as a trainer, need to be taken in few phases, second, third, fourth, future life. Now let us talk about it. So whenever you look at either what NEP offers, either a 66-page document of national education policy, or let us say the UG curricular framework given by UGC December 2020, or whenever you are talking about the national academic framework, okay, national curricular framework given by UGC, or let us say like, whenever you are talking about national educational framework in terms of outcome domain. So if you refer all these national higher education qualification framework also, so where outcome based education has been defined. If you go through all these cases, they present few additional features. What is that? They say that first is multidisciplinary. That is, students are being given an option of choosing courses from different disciplines. That's the first one. Second point, they say that students are being given an option to change discipline at different levels. That's the second feature they do there. Third feature they present that students are allowed to change your institutions at different levels. Fourth feature they present that student can pursue education simultaneously from two different institutions at same place. Try to understand the three different steps. Second statement says that students are allowed to change discipline at different levels. So like the national credit framework, if you look at that in that gadget, you will see that they have defined now academics in terms of credits and in terms of level. And they have said that the credits are the basis of defining everything. And the credits are supposed to be realized and be awarded only after successful tests. The two things are always correct. Like you are defining each course with certain number of credits. For a theory with 1 credit, which is equivalent to 1 hour per week or 15 hours in a semester, or for a laboratory practical, it could be 1 credit equivalent to 2 hours and accordingly 30 hours in a semester. Or if it is internship, if you would say that whenever you are going for a like a 1 credit internship, so you are looking for a 30 hours of internship. If it is of 60 hours, and like this. So on a like every credit is defined in terms of certain learning hours. Whenever it is an experiential learning, say for example a studio-based activities, or let us say workshop-based activities, or let us say talking about like taking up a projects, then they talk about 45 hours. So 15, 30, 45 hours. And that is how a normal average is taken up as 30 hours. It is said that okay, for a credit, 30 hours is normally defined. So if it is 40 credit for a one semester, then it becomes 1200 hours for that semester. For our UG GR 2011, we have presented a little flexibility in choosing number of credits. That is 40 to 44. For level 4.5, level 5, 80 to 88, and like this. So for 40 hours, learning hours have been different, around 1200 hours. So that's one part which has been very much clarified by National Credit Framework. So credit and connected definitions in terms of learning outcome have been written. Connected to each credit, there is an outcome. Whenever you define a syllabus of 1 credit, 2 credits, 3 credits, 4 credits, okay, you always say that that particular course will have certain learning objective and that will have certain learning outcome. And accordingly, a learning outcome based curricular framework has to be adopted by board of study by designing the syllabus of the courses. So every course is connected with now. Now taking up this as a basis and then moving to the the three features that I have just presented. Okay, look at it. So one part they say that whenever you are defining different levels at 4.5 certificate, 5, let's say diploma, 5.5 3-year degree, or 6, which is 4-year honors and 4-year honors degree. So that's two different options. In case of engineering, there are still some more additional options available. So with these different levels, okay, at some levels the students are allowed to change the discipline. Particularly, our UG curricular framework UGC Gazette December 2020 says that the students are being given an option of choosing this changing discipline at second year. That is possible. If the student has taken up a particular choice of core and minor at first year, and if they wanted to change it in second year, then that is all. So from that perspective, the 20th April GR has gone for a multiple possibilities. Like going for core and minor at first year, minor has been offered with 2 credits normally, and core with a 6 to 8 per semester, around 20 to 40 2 semesters. Recently, we have provided an illustration of this also, because if you refer to that 20th April here, the first line that has been presented after that table, curriculum framework, what it says that overall credits connected to 6 different verticals are fixed. Within that credits, you are allowed to have a change across different levels. Level 4.5, level 5, and level 5. Those possibilities does exist. And that is how it says that if someone goes for 1 plus 1, that is allowed. If someone goes for 2 without definition of any core and minor at first year, but then specific major and minor at second year, that is also allowed. Provided the specific credit requirements of core and that of minor are fulfilled. Or some of them are going for 3 subjects at first year, moving with 2 subjects at second year, and then specifying core and minor. That is also allowed, provided the credit requirements of it and that for minor are full. That's what we have to keep in mind. Okay, so the different combinations that are being facilitated through core and minor are being made available by university through the academic counseling. Now, try to understand this. When a student moves to the second year and is allowed to change this. Now let us take up the first simpler case. The student has taken up a certain course, BSc, BA, BCom, and Gopte Zobre, and now moved to the second year, same institution. And while moving to the second year, the student wanted to have a change, depending upon his or her choices. Then if the student wants to change the discipline at second year, and depending upon the kind of combination which the Gopte Zobre has taken up, whenever the student goes for change of core and course, okay, then additional prerequisite the student has to carry. So that whatever, because core will have a certain number of credits in first year, and now the student has taken up that core only in second year. As a result, he must not have finished certain number of credits which are required to be completed in first year. So those additional credits which the student has not completed will have to be taken up at second year as a prerequisite. So the Gopte Zobre is an autonomous institution. So their board of studies will present to the student that if you are going to change a course, you will have to take so many number of credits connected to change course so that we will have a clear understanding connected to secondary. UGC framework clearly tells us that at each year, level 4.5, level 5, level 5.5, at each level, courses are been designed by board of studies so that they will be connected to certain outcomes. Let us say now, from that outcome connectivity, they have indicated numbers. Say for example, 100 to 199 for first year, 100 to 198, 200 to say 299 for second year, like that. So 0 to 99 is said to be prerequisite of bridge courses. So when a student has gone to second year, naturally he must not have combined. He is taking up the subjects of 200 to 209, 99, 40. He may not have fulfilled certain number of credits connected to 100 to 199, which are introductory in it. 200 to 299 are intermediate in it. 300 to 399 are very subsequent advances, and accordingly moving to the fourth year. So whatever we lost, the board of studies will say that let us complete those and then move to the second. Now, as long as this is in the same institution, not NEP, which is naturally a case in 2024, 25, 25, 26. Because second year will come, like we will have a second year in 2025, 26. So as long as the student remains in October, then that is the case, which is then easier. Their board of studies and their care of the department and the concerned teacher will solve the issue, not that. But let us say, if the student changes institution, then we have to little more. Now see, as I said, like in the beginning, don't keep any hurdle in mind. That's what you need to do. So, if the student are being given an option of changing discipline, need to be given. We'll find out the solution how it is to be implemented. The students are allowed to change institution, are allowed to change from one institution to another. That's what NEP says. So we like to do, because that is a flexibility to the students. So if that is to be implemented, then what is to be done? That is our job. But then just putting hurdle in my mind, no, you can't change institution. With that kind of an approach is not easy. So that is the flexibility given to the student. We like to work on that flexibility. Now let us look at what are the different difficulties that we would like to come at as an expert in NEP. So think of various possibilities. I will just unfold few possibilities. Some of additional possibilities could be realized from your own discussion. And whenever you come across actual situations, some more additional situations we will be able to come across, and we may have to find out the solution given those at that situation. Let us say consider the case. If the student has moved from, let us say, from institution A in Ratnagiri to institution B in Ratnagiri. So, one institution is an autonomous and second institution is non-autonomous. Autonomous institution have their own board of studies. Non-autonomous institution would take up what is being prescribed by university. Now let us look at moving A to B. So like moving from autonomous to non-autonomous institution. Now non-autonomous institution will have what is being prescribed by university. Autonomous through their board of studies must have something. Now the university board of studies will have to realize, will have to understand that whenever the student has moved from institution A with certain credits being taken up with same course, but shifted to another institution with same course. We are not talking about change of discipline. We are talking about just moving from one institution to another. The change of discipline that we have already thought of as a first. Same course, and same physics, same history, same accounts. Being just moved from institution A to institution B. Now it's quite possible that even under the same introductory features at first year, the autonomous institution A may have a different region of taking up those introductory courses, and the overall non-autonomous institution may have a different version. So we have to see a match between them. one possibility now. That's the simplest possibility. That both of them really overlap. So when a student has moved from A to B, we are now comparing their first year course. Because now the student has gone to second year and changed from A to B. So we will compare their what is being studied at first year. So if first year is identical and equal, okay, the problem is solved. Not continuous. We could continue. If they are different, okay, then we have to understand what is the percentage of overlap. What is the percentage of overlap across different courses which work prescribed at first. If it is more than 70% overlap, we say as a rule of thumb is more or less similar. But if it is less than that, then and if it is important, if the board of studies feel that that must have been completed, that like the overlap is less than 50%, something like 20-80 only, and that 80% is very important, then that 80% would be recommended as an additional credit. Okay, that is how the option of moving from one institution to another institution. Now the case was simpler. Moving from Ratnagiri, moving from one college to another college within Ratnagiri. Or even we would say that the case is simpler as long as they are from same university, like University of Mumbai. So even if the student moves from Ratnagiri to, let us say, Mumbai, okay, and if both of them are non-autonomous, then they would have same curriculum framework which has been present. We are normally looking at core and minor. Rest of the features are more or less similar, and even if they learn different, that doesn't make difference because that is not a focus of it. So this would have been simpler, but now look at the other case. If the now Ratnagiri is close to Shiva University also, it is close to Savitribai Phule University also, and the student has moved from Gokte Jogrekar College at Ratnagiri, let us say to Ferguson College at Pune, or maybe some college at Shiva University, or vice versa. Either both of the possibilities. You as an expert now, let us try to visualize and bring it to the attention of the student. There, okay, ultimately the damage is being because the curricular framework, curricular combinations. Okay, every university will have their own. Will have their own baskets. The nomenclature may have to be different. So the Board of Studies of University of Mumbai and Board of Studies of Savitribai Phule University or that of Shiva University will have to interact. Will be like to fight on this. Now that this mechanism is likely to become more complex. So what can be a right solution? So the government of Maharashtra has given a thought on that, and it is said that a e-board of studies across Maharashtra has been constituted. E-board of studies. Okay, e-board of studies, which has vice chancellors from different universities as leading one, and then chairmen of the board of studies and experts. One expert from US of that university, okay, are the part. So you would have multiple board of studies accordingly based on similarity of the subject. Maybe say one as a language group, second as a humanity group, third as an accounts group, fourth as a sciences group, and likewise interdisciplinary everything. They will have the board of studies comprising of chairmen of the board of studies from different universities and will interact on a regular basis. Board of studies is a dynamic entity now. Okay, meeting at once in a 3 months or once in a 6 months or only when the syllabus is to change. Okay, that's the matter of. It's an issue. The board of studies will have to work on a regular basis. It's a dynamic entity. So e-board of studies they will have a academic exchange because a board of studies chairman of a specific subject of University of Mumbai will interact with board of studies of Savitribai Phule University of same subject and will have an exchange of thought. What is the philosophy being taken up while designing first year? What is the philosophy that is taken up at second, third year? So this exchange of thoughts will provide a better understanding in development of equivalences whenever a student moves from one university to another university. That is to be taken into point. Now, why I am telling this again and again? Because it's not just a question of change of institution from one university to another, but it is also forming the basis of large-scale implementation of another features of national education policy, which we call as a dual, joint, NEP. In near futures, the two colleges will work together. Two autonomous colleges may work together. Two universities may work together for development of a joint degree, for development of a twinning degree, for development of a dual degree. Now, whenever you take up, now of course we have a separate session for joint, dual, and twinning degree. So I will not provide more details, but just from our perspective. So how does when you say it is a joint degree, what does that mean? Out of 8 semesters, few semesters would have been taken up at institution A, and few semesters would have been taken at institution B. Now, naturally, the student completes first semester in institution A and moves to institution B. And then, whatever being taught at institution A at first semester is becoming a basis, foundation for what is being taught at semester 2 in institution B. That requires a very good understanding for development of the joint degree between two institutions. So that is larger and more complex. I am just talking about a simpler level of understanding whenever students move from one institution to another. So that's a simpler issue connected to joint and dual and training degree. So let us, my dear friends, so let us take that perspective as a point. Let's say whenever a student changes from one institution to another institution. Now the things are not as simple as moving to the third area. As long as they are in same Maharashtra, e-board of studies will be a platform to provide the solution. Is that right? So within university and the autonomous college, within that. Across Maharashtra, we have an e-board of studies as a solution. We have facility. Now, the next level of complexity. Let's say if a student moves from one state to another state, we have to face that issue also. So from that perspective, what I say like board of studies of a autonomous college or that university not only has to look at what is being developed, what is being taken up, what is being designed, not only at our university, not only at universities across Maharashtra state, but even across India. So we have to develop an understanding of Delhi University. We have to have an understanding of what is being presented at Lucknow University, what is being given by Madras University. We have to be aware of. So in that way, nationwide connect. That's naturally a job of university. But as an expert, you need to realize that this kind of a complexity that is going to come in near future. So as you are moving from second year to third year, like as you are moving from second phase to third phase to fourth phase, okay, these are the point of complexities that are going to emerge while talking about operational quantitative transformation of features of this national education policy. That's what we will keep in mind. So understanding qualitative, reading it as a novel is one, and taking up these features and implementing in actual practice as a college, as an academic institution is another. And you as an expert are going to take up that anchoring role across your college. And need to see that student must be like the center of education is student. The entire philosophy revolves around what is the best in the interest of the student, and not from our perspective, not from our point of view. So whatever best for the student and what is permissible within the regulations given by academic ones. That is what we need to follow. So that kind of flexibility has to be taken. I mean, near future, some of the additional complexities may come across. Okay? Need to look at it. I'm just presenting few imaginary situations. May not be true now, but may become reality in future. Say for example, if we are talking about two universities, University A and University B, without naming them, Now we know that in each college, each university is accredited by NEP. Engineering colleges are accredited by NBA. Then there are NIF ranking under university-wise, college-wise, under college arts, science, commerce separately, engineering separate, management. So every colleges are graded, and then you have international ranking, USA. Thanks. Now, it's quite possible that some of the universities which have a consistent performance in terms of securing position, let us say top 10 across India. Let us take up that as an example, A institution or A university, and talk about a university B, which was never in top 100. Okay, always finding itself a place between 100 to 150, 150 to 400, whatever. That's that. Now you look at moving of a student naturally from a B to A. But see, NEP has made one important transition which we will realize very soon in few years. For us, 12th standard has been like a make and break here. Parents, you may be as a parent, whenever your board is studying at 12th or 10th standard, okay, you were naturally as a parent become a very serious one in terms of his or her study, because that is forming the basis of choice of career. So that 12th standard has become a make and break earlier. With NEP implementation, you have options of changing career at so many levels. So even if you miss some target at 12th standard, you always have an option of taking up that target at level next level, another level. Because suppose if you don't get engineering as a core, but you can have an engineering subject as an open elective. You can have an engineering as minor. That's going to become a possibility in the near future. So that 12th standard may not become a barrier. And now, since the career options are provided at each stage, the students may want to shift from one institution to another institution, which he or she may not have got at earlier stage. Like the student who like to take up admission at level 4.5 at institution A, which is top rank, could not succeed. So then he or she could try another level also. And if he or she succeeds getting admission into institution A, let us say at level 5 or let us say at level 5.5, courses are identical. So in a way, the board of studies should not have any issue, because he is moving from same core to same core subject from institution B to same core subject in institution. So level wise is also not an issue, curriculum wise is also not an issue. But then we always understand that the level of difficulty of each course subject changes from institution to institution, and that is where learner outcome curriculum framework as designed by National Higher Education Qualification Framework comes in picture. If you would read that NHEQ of the document, you would find that at each level they have defined certain outcomes, and based on that outcome, the teaching learning strategies are designed. The assessment strategies are to be designed. So the institution A with top ranking may say that although course is identical, the students have very good performance, no doubt, but my ranking is high, my standard is very high. So I may ask whenever the student is coming from institution B to institution A, additional prerequisites, additional bridging courses, so as to cope up with the standards with the institution A would like to enforce on their batches. So this would become a possibility in near future as well. So as a expert, okay, we like to we like to visualize that this possibility may exist. Okay, now coming to the next, multiple entry and exit features. That is what we are talking about. Like, that is a very important feature which National Education Policy has talked about, and here itself we will find lot of changes even with NEP. That tells you that we are going with like a constant transformation. So is with NEP also. Okay? When you refer to a multiple entry, multiple exit document released in 2021 July, if you refer, that document is still available. And now what is being presented today, main difference has been carried out. We are looking at variety of the reality, variety of the implementation requirements, they have changed. Even in like National Higher Education Qualification Framework, if you refer, the earlier draft, which was given in January 2020, and then final gazette, which was released in May 2020. Even if you refer, you will find it commented. There they talked about level 1 to 10. Now realizing that word across the levels are 1 to 8, the National Higher Education Qualification Framework tells us about level 1 8. This is good. Having like a constant changes are always expected. We have to keep ourselves always connected with the changes that are taken. Now, when you say multiple entry and exit, like moving, the student takes up an exit after level 4.5. We know that like for an arts, commerce, science student, the student will complete 44 periods successfully, and based on that, if the student would like to take up an additional 4 periods will have to be completed, which could be based on skills, which could be based on interest, and the student will take up an exam with an award of certificate. And likewise for level 5 and 5.5 likewise. Now, particularly for lateral entries, so now it becomes a question of lateral entries. Because the student takes up an exit, rejoins after 2 or 3 years the ABC, and another session where topic blender is going to present, has a shelf life of credits of 7 years. So he or she has a flexibility of moving across within those 7 years. So the student takes up an exit, rejoins for 2 years, then that becomes a lateral. Now look at various possibilities. Operational point. One possibility is that the student has taken up an exit after completion of level 4.1 certificate, let's say commerce student, and has joined a bank. For service. That level 4.5 is designed for a certain level of interest, he would have taken up that and has joined a bank. Now, work for 2 years. Work for 2 years in that bank. And then he thought that he or she would have thought that now let us undertake my completion of academic because for my subsequent promotion I need subsequent level. So he may think of rejoining. Now whenever someone joins after 2 or 3 years, there is always a change in course or structure because there is a dynamic mode. So board of studies will have to think of this lateral entry when the student is taking up. What are the changes? One pointer. Because that is what we always have. Now this point of view is known to us because we always see that if the student comes after 10 years, then a board of studies has a job of giving equivalences. If the student comes after 5 or 6 years. That's one point. But look at other perspective. The student has worked in the bank and has worked on an advanced software. Banks are now coupled with it because they are always working in a digital mode. So they would have a advanced versions of different softwares. Maybe very good exposure to tailing, maybe very good exposure to other banking practices, banking rules and everything. So think now other way around. When a student comes after 5 or 6 years, what was your question? Okay, I need to find out your equivalent, but the syllabus is changed. Now the student would say something different to you. What that? So whatever you are offering now at second year, I have already studied. Because I have actually implemented in my that bank. So whatever tally that you are teaching at second year, in fact I have studied more advanced version. So that may be a second point of view. This while you might not have visualized, but it will become a reality in here. And that is what National Credit Framework says. It is a question of recognition of prior learning. When the student has come to the second year and has a certain professional fulfillment in terms of job, and he or she has studied something advanced, then as in the board of studies will have a job at looking at whatever he has studied, she has studied, look at those, undertake that assessment, and if required, give identification or recognition for that prior learning and give an exemption for those students. That is also likely to become a second feature. Try to understand the case of this one. So this is something going to become a realization in coming years. Another part, like normally for first year, okay, we think about a admission after 12th standard. The 12th standard is our what is being taken up as a benchmark. Here again, 2 or 3 different operational features are going to be there. We have to keep that in mind. One, CUT, Common University Entrance Test, okay, has been pursued at a national level, and maybe a state level will have a similar mechanism additionally. So, for UG admission at first year, you have CUT. For PG level admission also you have CUT, and for PhD also you have CUT. So shortly, like all central universities right now have been tied up with CUT. So they admit students on the basis of CUT score, not on the basis of level 4. It's just a qualification. For us, it may become the reality here. So we have to keep in mind. Now here UGC says something different. How far it is true? Coming years will tell us. UGC says that think of a situation. The student has completed 11th and 12th arts, but he has given a CUT in physics and has been successful and has received very good rank also. Then UGC says you may not be in a position to deny admission and BSc first year for physics just because he has not completed 11th and 12th. That is level 3 qualified level 4. Just because he has qualified at CUT. So may become the realization. So be prepared for it. One. Second part is that if you refer to the national curriculum, it talks about various possibilities of combination at school. Okay, national curriculum is in fact is a connecting feature between school education, vocational education, and higher education. So in a way, it provides a continuum and it defines various ways of levels. So you say that now 12th standard is level 4. But then that level 4 would have been defined in other ways. Like the student has completed 8th standard, which is level 2, 10th is level 3. So without moving, so after completing level 2, that is 8th standard, the student may not have gone to the conventional 9th or 10th, rather the student could have joined ITI, the skill-based education, vocational education, 9th and 10th. So 2 years finished and got equivalence to level 3. Okay, of course, while defining that 9th and 10th ITI, the National Credit Framework has given a new understanding that we will cover few language subjects and few mathematics subjects. So that understanding is given. Now, after completing that 2-year ITI, okay, the student instead of going for conventional 11th and 10th, 12th, has joined for a 2-year diploma. So now that diploma, 2-year diploma after 10 is equivalent to level 4. So we may have to admit even on that basis. That possibility does exist. Now this I am talking about vertical mobility. Let us talk about horizontal mobility. Say for example, like we have said that level 4.5, level 5, level 5.5 level. So simultaneously a national skill qualification framework is clear. Okay, they are also aligned from level 1 to level 8. So what is being recognized as a level 4.5 for an higher education? A similar equivalent framework has been taken up by National Skill Qualification Framework in terms of NSPF level 4.5. Now there is an horizontal movement. So level 4.5 in higher education in our domain, level 4.5 in vocational education. They are considered equal. Now think of our earlier rigid approach. Okay, vocational students are not allowed in conventional education and vice versa. But now National Credit Framework says that horizontal mobility exists. If a student has completed level 4.5 in conventional mode, and if he or she would like to switch to vocational framework at level 5 all over, and vice versa. So, second possibility, which is going to be realized in near future. Okay, besides recognition of prior learning, there has been something presented under national framework as a feature of NEP, is that they got now. I would say for you, because we have come across many different features, situations, okay, which are really attacking our regular mode of understanding. They are attacking it, and that's how they are destroying the framework that was in our that was there in our mind. Now let us talk about one more feature, which I just would like to present before you. That is really very different and really may be implemented in phase 3 or phase 4, because we will require maturity for us also and for our students also. Now for us, now just University of Mumbai has declared examination schedule. That's what our science commerce examination will be conducted in that period. What does that mean? Students will have to take up that schedule as a compulsory requirement. They don't have flexibility or they don't have any choice on that. They will take up that. Consider a case in near future where the student is talking about on-demand examination. Rather than a very flexible and will attack our framework, which is we are carrying over the years. On-demand examination. The student says, why I need to appear in the month of April? My understanding of the course is over in first semester itself. Because now, so when we define 40 to 44 credits for first year, 80 to 88 credits for second year, 120 to 132 credits for third year, 160 to 176 credits for fourth year. So that is the credit framework. So just like the curricular framework has given you flexibility, that okay, that has been exercised by many autonomous colleges. I was just realizing what kind of a possibility does exist in going for a combination. While they are implementing NEP, okay, they have time to escape from whatever the flexibility which was imposed by NEP. Okay, they have find out alternatives. We always say in our country that whenever there is an act, there are always possibility of some alternate solutions. So as to move away from that. So when some of the autonomous colleges does that, so they have tried to go for that combinations, like instead of going with only one subject in first year, they went with three, because there was a question of like workload and something. But in fact, there is no question of workload, but it was real. It was great that our teachers may have workload. So they have gone for that three subject combination. Okay, like 10 to 1 9%. By implementing it. So if you can exercise that flexibility, why not students? It says that anyway our what our 20th April GS says, okay. The total credits need to be covered. So if it is for 4, it says that it is 60 to 76. If it is for vocational, let us say 8 to 10 credit. If it is skill enhancement, let us say 6 credit. If it is open elective, let us say 12 credit. If it is minor, it is of 18 to 20 credit. If it is ability enhancement courses, then it is of 8 credit. If it is value education, if it is of 4 credits. IKS 2 credit. Co-curricular activities 8 credit. Then like community engagement project or field project 6 credit. So that is the limit that is being. So the student may say that while I am pursuing your 40 to 44 credits, I have taken some additional credits as approved by your board of studies and academic person. And I have completed while I was undertaking first year studies, I have taken add-on credit because 40% open courses in open mode and online mode are allowed. So I have taken few of them. I have taken few of them in physical mode also. And I got those credits. Those credits are successfully deposited in my academic bank of credit. There's a separate system in EDC. So that is deposited in ABC, accepted by board of studies of both Now I need to utilize those credits. So if I'm talking about 160 to 176 credit for a 4 year, if I could finish within those 3 years, I should be given that option of completing 4 year education within 1 year. So that possibility does exist. Right now we have not recognized. UP, if you refer to the UP curriculum paper, they have given that possibility. That, but only thing, what they have said, they have put one more hurdle in that. Because it's very difficult to open in one stroke. What they have said, the student can complete within 2 years, not an issue. But student will not be given degree unless 4 years are completed. Because the student can take up all 160, 176 within 2 years, will go for a job, but we will have a degree only after 4 years. Right now, that is what a condition imposed. But in future, that is not possible. Because once the student realizes all the flexibility that are available, then the student will ask for more and will get prepared. So that's one way. Second level, like I said, like on-demand examination. That the student could say that in a semester, okay, you are prescribing me 1 credit for 15 hours of learning in a semester. So that doesn't mean 1 hour per week. Okay. I can see that all those 15 hours with my capability of learning being finished earlier and may be asked for it. On-demand examination. I do demand examination as per my flexibility, which is supposed to be. No, it's not a very wrong logic. It's not something new. That is already practiced. Word across. Like US University, European universities give that flexibility that the student can complete the courses which are covered over 3 semesters, can be completed in 1 semester or 2 semesters according to their developed learning only. So some advanced learners may have that capability. So we have to develop a separate mechanism. Now that mechanism is difficult to visualize at this stage. But something like we are thinking of, like because this is going to become a realization after 3 or 4 years. So we need to be prepared right now. So there we are thinking of developing a question. Okay, the board of studies have been asked to see that now let us start talking about developing a question bank. You have a question paper pattern. So let us develop question bank on that pattern only. Anyway, we utilize that question bank system in conduct of online examination successfully. Why not for regular one? Let us have it. And then have a question bank developed with a very large scale developed. And wherever the student says that I am ready for examination, let us appear. The software will pick up a random combination under different units and will present it as a question. Student will appear for that and he is under the So maybe a future. Why I am telling this to you? Because as a learner of anything, all of us are learner of anything. Because something that a new system that comes, there are hurdles, there are issues, there are problems. But we need to say that let us recognize. We don't follow chaotic conditions to be established. Now we have to realize all of us that we are supposed to be flexible in our actions. Something that is not visualized today may become reality in near future. Anyway, we did not realize mobile said before like in previous century. That has been realized after 2006, 2007 as a regular tool. We did not understand about digital payment till 2010. It has become a routine feature now. We never understood about AI, something like the artificial intelligence as a replacement for a human learning. Maybe now that is becoming true. So something that is not possible today may become reality. That happens in sciences, that happens in every research field, why not in academics? Let us keep on exploring ourselves, the different levels of an academics and academic ways of learning, ways of assessing, ways of evaluation. Even evaluation fields likely to change. Right now, we are asking students to appear in the same semester. We can have a continuous assessment throughout the semester based on different patterns either Sumiti or like reformist kind of a formative approach also. So many of formative may become the realization in different examples being made available. So whatever, so we need to be open in our mind. So in the last, while talking about the discussion on various features of a identity within the time domain that has been given to me. I, in the end, I just would like to present people that all of us need to engage ourselves in a continuous realization of different experiments given by national education policy. We need to approach those experiments with open mind. We need to realize a certain mechanism which makes those experiments very successful for in the best interest of the student, as a teacher, as a principal, as a management, and as a university altogether. It's not just the responsibility of the it is equally a responsibility of university officers as well. So let us approach with this particular system of implementation policy with a complete open approach. We realize that whatever being designed as a solution for a Mumbai region may not be a solution for Ratnagiri region. What is being thought of as a solution in Ratnagiri may not be a solution for a Sindhudurg region. We have that open understanding, and wherever possible, we will try our level best to see that what can be achieved in actual domain with reference to like a taluka level at Sindhudurg, taluka level at Palghar, or really a suburban level at Mumbai. We'll try to find out what is best, what is acceptable, and what is in the best interest of the students. But only last point again, saying no need to be eliminated. This is not possible. That is not possible. As a parent, you would so just realize in the day whenever you interact with your child, your daughter or son, you just imagine how many times in the day you would always advise your daughter or son, don't do this, don't do that. That approach is both predominant. If we don't say like do that, like this may be difficult, but let us practice it. Let us take this challenge. But as a parent, we always been told that let us have an affirmative approach. So similarly, as a teacher, we need to be affirmative, positive in approach as far as implementation of any business. So that is one of the last point that I would like to present before you. Thanks to all.
Thank you, sir. It is a kind request to all of you. If you have doubts, you can ask those doubts. But there is a small request. A paper has been provided with your kit where you are supposed to enlist those queries because these are to be preserved, these are to be solved at the university level. These are to be collected here, so you can ask those doubts, no doubt, but don't forget to write those of these pieces of paper. If you have doubts, you can raise your hands, the mic will be with you. प्रश्न मराठी, हिंदी, इंग्लिश कसेही विचारू शकता.
पीजी करता येऊ शकतो.
करू शकते. असं आता सध्या बीडीसीचा ड्राफ्ट आहे. ड्राफ्टवर पीजी करेल जसं इंजिनचा तसं पीजीचा आहे. त्याच्यात त्यांनी म्हटलंय मायनर तर ते विद्यार्थ्यांनी त्या मायनरमध्ये त्याला पीजी करायचं असेल तर ते बघावं असं त्याच्यात असं पण याच्यामध्ये आपल्याला आपल्या विषयी काही ऍडिशन म्हणजे आता आहे 18 ते 20 क्रेडिट केले. तो 18 ते 20 पीजीला त्या शिक्षक कोण केल्यानंतर साधारण त्या दोघांमध्ये
पीजी करताना ठराविक क्रेडिट्स मिळवायला पाहिजे. वगैरे सब्जेक्ट असं काही
आता आपल्या ऋषीनं क्लिअर त्याच्यामध्ये एक कोर्स त्यांनी केले त्यातच त्याला केलं. आता आपल्याला जेव्हा मायनरमध्ये आपण फॉलो करणार तर आपण ते डिसिप्लिन वाईज डेफिनेशन करू की त्यांनी पीजीला घेताना स्पेशलायझेशन वाईज डिझाईन होते. कुठले क्रेडिट्स कुठले विषय केले पाहिजे ते आपण ते बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीजची टीम करतो. आपण आता म्हणलं काय की फक्त हे फुलफिलमेंटच नाही ते नॅचरली त्या विद्यार्थ्याला लक्षात ठेवावं लागेल की त्याला म्हणजे भविष्यामध्ये सीयूटी म्हणजे मुंबई विद्यापीठ त्याचा भाग पडणार म्हणजे मग त्याला सीयूटी त्या मायनरची जरी मायनर 28 केले तरी त्याला सीयूटी तर द्यावंच लागणार. त्याला तो कोर्सच्या विद्यार्थ्याचं कॉम्प्लीट करणार. त्यामुळे तिथं पहिली एलिजिबिलिटी त्यांनी ती पाहिजे. ॲडिशनल ब्रीज प्रोसेस काय असते दोन्ही ऍडमिशन
की एखादा सायन्सचा किंवा कॉमर्सचा विद्यार्थी सुद्धा आर्ट्सला पीजीला येऊ शकतो. तो सब्जेक्ट मध्ये टेस्ट देऊन येऊ शकतो. तर ही सिस्टीम भविष्यात चालू राहणार किंवा
आता आपण जे डिपेंड करतो ना म्हणजे सायन्सचा विद्यार्थी कॉमर्सला जाऊ शकतो. आर्ट्सला सायन्स आणि कॉमर्स दोन्ही पीजीला जातात. ती एका पर्टिक्युलरली मानसिकतेतून आलेली दॅट इज नथिंग टू. आता आपल्या दृष्टीने कोणी कमी नाही कोणी जास्त मोठं सगळे अकॅडमिक्स इन्व्हॉल्व म्हणजे कुठे म्हणून आपण जेव्हा कंपार्टमेंटलायझेशन काढतो ना तेव्हा रिव्हर्सिबल फ्लो आहे. म्हणजे जसा सायन्सचा मुलगा आर्ट्सला जाऊ शकतोय ना तसंच आर्ट्सचा मुलगा सायन्सला पण जाणं पॉसिबल.
तर मग त्यांची क्रेडिट फुलफिलमेंटचं काय होणार? क्रेडिट फुलफिलमेंटचं काय म्हणजे आता सांगायला इंग्लिशला
सांगायला याचा आता समजा आर्ट्सचा मुलगा सायन्सला जाईल तर त्यांना म्हणजे तो समजा तो हिस्ट्रीचा विद्यार्थी कोर होता आणि फिजिक्स आणि मायनर तर तो फिजिक्स मध्ये पीजी करू शकतो कारण मायनर त्यांनी केले 18 दिवस. एक त्याने सीयूटी फिजिक्सची क्वालिफाय केली पाहिजे. तिथला तो पहिला बेंचमार्क आणि दुसरा बेंचमार्क फिजिक्सची बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज मध्ये जेव्हा असा दुसरा डिसिप्लिन म्हणून येणार आहे त्याने कुठले क्रेडिट्स कंपल्सरी ब्रिज कोर्सेस किंवा प्रीरिक्विजिट्स म्हणून कंप्लीट केले पाहिजे. ते बेंचमार्क घालून दिलेले
शेवटचा प्रश्न आहे तो वर्कलोड संबंधीचा आहे. आपल्याला एसपीसी आणि बीएससी त्याला प्रॅक्टिकल करता जे प्रॅक्टिकल आहे जसं भारतीय जेडी म्हणतो त्याचे सर्किट त्यामध्ये हे प्रॅक्टिकल टाकतो मग आपल्याला त्याला 30 आवर्स पर क्रेडिट असं मिळणार का वर्कलोड
थोडं प्लीज मेंटेन सायन्स हा काही विद्यार्थ्यांचा वर्ग आहे आपण सगळी प्राध्यापक हा तर वोकेशनल आणि स्किल जे ऍक्च्युली हँड्स ऑन ट्रेनिंग करतो त्यामुळे तुम्हाला लॅबमध्येच ते स्किल्स डेव्हलप होतात. त्याचं थेरी कमी असणार आहे आणि जास्तीत जास्त त्यांना लॅबमध्ये फील्डवर त्याचे ते स्किल्स मिळवायचे म्हणजे जेव्हा त्याला सुद्धा तो केमिस्ट्रीचा विद्यार्थी असं म्हणतो आणि तो गॅस क्रोमॅटोग्राफी शिकतो इन्स्ट्रुमेंट तर त्याला ते गॅस क्रोमॅटोग्राफी ऑपरेट करता आलं त्याचं त्याला जीसी समोरच उभं राहिलं. वर्गात शिकून काही वर्गात तो त्याच्या कोर्समधून ते घेतोच येते तिकडे त्याला छान म्हणून त्याला प्रॅक्टिकल डोमेन जास्त
तसे दाखवता येतील.
सर नमस्कार. मी डॉक्टर सरदार आपला GR देखील वाचलेला आहे, ज्याच्यावर तुम्ही काम केलं होतं. त्याच्या पलीकडे आजच्या आपल्या सादरीकरणातून अनेक प्रश्नांची उकल झालेली आहे, परंतु तरी देखील काही प्रश्न आता मनामध्ये आले. आपण सहज बोलून गेलात की इकॉनॉमिक्सचा विचार करता मॅथमॅटिक्स जे आहे ते इकॉनॉमिक्सला कॉम्प्लिमेंटरी असावं. तर तोच जर विचार केला तर फिजिक्सचं इकॉनॉमिक्स वेगळं असेल का, केमिस्ट्रीचं इकॉनॉमिक्स वेगळं असेल का, जिओग्राफीचं इकॉनॉमिक्स मॅथमॅटिक्स जे आहे हे प्रत्येक डिसिप्लिनसाठी मायनर म्हणून देत असताना ते भिन्न असलंच पाहिजे असं आहे.
बरोबर. आता हा जसे व्हिज्युअलायझेशन होती तसं आपण ते पुढं खूप मोठमोठ्या याच्यामध्ये त्या दृष्टीने जाणार. म्हणजे जसं त्यांनी इकॉनॉमिक्स आणि मॅथमॅटिक्स त्यावेळेस तो दोन वेगळे अँगल घ्या. एक म्हणजे त्यांनी इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी कॉम्बिनेशन डिफाईन केलं. म्हणजे तो काही इकॉनॉमिक्स सोबत मॅथमॅटिक्सचा मायनर म्हणून चालत नाही असेही नाही. तो इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी कॉम्बिनेशन पण डिफाईन होते. इकॉनॉमिक्स, मॅथमॅटिक्स आणि स्टॅटिस्टिक्स अशी तिन्हीची इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी डेफिनेशन इकॉनॉमेट्रिक्स. म्हणजे जो मॅथमॅटिक्स स्टॅटिस्टिक्स जो घेणार तो कोर्स सोबत पण घेऊ शकतो. तर विद्यार्थ्याला तसं इकॉनॉमेट्रिक्स बीएससी करून घ्यायची असेल तर तसं कॉम्बिनेशन त्यावेळेस तो त्यावेळेस तर मॅथमॅटिक्स आहे इकॉनॉमिक्सला स्पेसिफिक आहे. आता तसेच इकॉनॉमिक्सचे वेगवेगळे फीचर्स आहेत. म्हणजे ते बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीजला त्याप्रमाणे काम करावं लागेल. म्हणजे आता त्यांनी तो एक विषयच काढला म्हणून बॉटनीसाठी इकॉनॉमिक्स हा वेगळा आहे. म्हणजे कारण बॉटॅनिकल जसे आपण रिसोर्सेस बघतो आणि त्याचं एक्सप्लोरेशन वेगळं, तर त्याची इकॉनॉमिक बॉटनी म्हणून एक वेगळा विषय खरं मला वाटतं बऱ्याच बॉटनीचे विद्यार्थी शिकतात. तर तो जेव्हा मायनर म्हणून घ्यायचा आहे त्याला, तर बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीजला ते रिअलायझेशन करायचंय की आम्ही कुठल्या वेगळ्या प्रकारच्या कॉम्बिनेशन तयार करू शकतो. म्हणजे त्यामुळे त्यांना एक करायचं असेल तर मायनरचा विषय घ्यायचा असेल तर त्याची एलिजिबिलिटी म्हणजे त्यांनी मायनर तो इकॉनॉमिक्सच्या अँगलने डिफाईन केला. ते एलिजिबिलिटी कंडिशन कसं डिफाईन करू शकतो. हा बीओएसचा पर्व्ह्यू आहे. त्यामुळे त्यांना मायनर सब्जेक्ट देताना इतर विषयाच्या विद्यार्थ्यांचं लक्ष ठेवायचं आहे आणि वेगळ्या प्रकारच्या काय कॉम्बिनेशन घेऊ शकतात अशा द्यायच्या. त्यामुळे इकॉनॉमिक्सच्या बोर्ड समजा मॅथमॅटिक्सची बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडी तर त्यांना जर इकॉनॉमिक्ससाठी द्यायचं असेल तर एक वेगळी बास्केट आहे, बॉटनीसाठी द्यायची असेल तर वेगळी बास्केट, असे 2-3 बास्केट्स ते घेऊ शकतात. हा बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीचा पर्याय.
सर आम्ही एकच प्रश्न 20 एप्रिलच्या GR नुसार व्होकेशनल स्किल कोर्स हा प्रॅक्टिकल कंपोनंट मध्ये येतो आणि त्या GR नुसार प्रॅक्टिकल कंपोनंटचे आपले 1 क्रेडिट इज इक्वल टू 2 आवर्स. पण यावर्षी जो विद्यापीठ अभ्यासक्रम बनवतो आहे त्याच्यामध्ये असं कळतंय की 1 क्रेडिट इज इक्वल टू 1 आवर.
या केली म्हणून दिला असेल. याच्यात काय केलंय काही आता म्हणजे आता बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीचं स्वातंत्र्य आहे. ते प्रत्येक बोर्ड ऑफ दे आर द हायस्ट ऑथॉरिटी दॅट. नंतर काय फक्त फॅकल्टी येतं आणि नंतर बोर्ड ऑफ डीन आणि अकॅडमिक पर्सन यूएसने केलेलं बहुतेक कॅरी फॉरवर्ड. आता याच्यात काय झालं म्हणजे खरं म्हणजे व्होकेशनल कंपोनंट जेव्हा आणला तेव्हा लॉजिक काय आहे की त्याने त्या विषयाचं स्किल त्या विषयात आणलं. पण बऱ्याच जणांनी काय केलंय नाही माझ्या शिक्षकाचा तो वर्कलोड तिथे होत नाही. ते त्या पूर्वी तो 4 कोर्स तिकडे घेत होता. आता मी कोरमध्ये मला 2च द्यायला मिळतं पण टाकते 2 व्होकेशनल. असं काही बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीजनी केले. आता हा जो आहे तो हळूहळू जसं आपण मॅच्युरिटी लेवलला वाढत जाऊ तसतशी ती बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज जरा अजून इम्प्रूव्ह होते. आता सगळ्यांच्या मनात जो काही खूप मोठा सतत भेडसावणारा माझ्या वर्कलोडचं काय होईल मग झाल्यानंतर काय काय इश्यूज होतील त्यामुळे वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे जसे मी म्हणत प्रत्येक कायदा काढला की त्याची पळवाट निघते तसे काही काही ठिकाणी केले पण ते खरंच चांगलं नाही. व्होकेशनल जे आता आलाय तो त्याप्रमाणे जाईल पुढं पण हळूहळू आपल्याला व्होकेशनल कंपोनंट हा हँड्स ऑन स्किलचाच असला पाहिजे तरच त्याचा उपयोग. नुसतं आपल्या डोक्यात काय होतं की त्यांनी एवढे थिअरी केले म्हणजे त्याला त्याचं ऍक्च्युअल इम्प्लिमेंटेशन करता नाही आलं तर उपयोग नाही. म्हणून व्होकेशनल कंपोनंट आला तर हळूहळू त्याची लॅबोरेटरी कंपोनंट वाढते. तो बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीजचा तो ट्रेनिंगचा विषय आणि काही ठिकाणी ते बदलतो.
तर फक्त एक सूचना विनंती होतं सूचनाही म्हणता येणार नाही विनंती आहे. खरं तर पहिल्या सत्रामध्ये मेजरला 7 क्रेडिट आहेत आणि मायनरला काही नाही. या प्रकारे आपण चालतोय. कोकणातील परिस्थिती पाहता
हा नाही
नाही.
तुमचे प्रश्न मी आपणच उत्तर दिले. मला लक्षात आलं की तुमचा प्रश्न आहे. तर ते ऍक्च्युली काय झाला तो म्हणून आम्ही मग ते आता इलस्ट्रेशन दिलं कारण त्याच्यात खरं पहिलं वाक्य क्लिअर होतं कारण खूप टेबल देणं योग्य नव्हतं. कारण जेव्हा माझा रिपोर्ट जेव्हा माझा म्हणजे आमच्या कमिटीचा रिपोर्ट जेव्हा आला तेव्हा आम्ही काही टेबल्स द्यायचे प्रयत्न केले जास्त पण मग परत सगळ्यांचे प्रश्न जेव्हा नाही आम्हाला एकच टेबल द्या कुठला तरी म्हणजे मग आम्हाला ते सोपं जाईल मग आम्हाला त्यामुळे 20 एप्रिलच्या जीआरला आम्ही फार कॉम्पिटिशन द्यायची टाळली कारण त्या रिपोर्टवर लक्षात आले की कुणी हा वापरते कुणी तो वापरते आणि प्रत्येकाचा एक गोंधळ होतो म्हणून एक देवाने काही सूचना द्यावी की इलस्ट्रेट केली तुम्हाला वेगवेगळे कॉम्बिनेशन करण्याची सूचना म्हणजे आता त्या टेबलमध्ये जसं यांनी सांगितलं तर पहिल्या सेमिस्टरला मायनरला एक नाही दिले दुसऱ्याचे 2 क्रेडिट दिले. आता जसं आम्ही फक्त रिसेंटली हे पण दिले इलस्ट्रेशन की एखाद्याला वाटतं की फर्स्ट इयरला मला मायनर मेजर डिपेंड नाही करायचं तर काय हरकत नाही तुम्ही फर्स्ट इयरला 2 सब्जेक्ट घेऊन जा 3 सब्जेक्ट घेऊन जा जे काही तुम्हाला वर्टिकल खाली दिले ते करा आणि मग सेकंड इयरला जाताना सुद्धा 3 सब्जेक्ट घेऊन गेले कारण आपल्याकडे 3 सब्जेक्ट आहेत फर्स्ट इयर म्हणून एकदमच चेंज खूप टफ वाटतं तर मग आम्ही म्हटलं ठीक आहे 3 घ्या काय अर्थ नाही त्या 3 पैकी एक तो ड्रॉप आउट होतो सेकंड इयरला आणि एक मेजर मायनर हे करताना त्याला फक्त काळजी घ्यायची की कॉम्बिनेशन डिफाईन करतात की कोरची 60 to 76 पाहिजे ना तर तसं झालं आणि मायनरचे 18 23 पाहिजे ना ते झाले मग तसं ही काळजी घेऊ तशी कॉम्बिनेशन फॉलो करू म्हणजे झाली 3 सब्जेक्ट त्याला आपण खरं म्हणजे जो अप्रोच दिला होता खाली जर गेलं तर स्कूल स्पेसिफिक अप्रोच म्हणतो 3 सब्जेक्ट रिलेटेड डिसिप्लिनचे घेणे तो स्कूल स्पेसिफिक अप्रोच एक दुसरा अप्रोच जर लक्षात आला तर डबल मेजर आहे म्हणजे ए आणि बी असे वेगळे ते तुम्ही घ्या मायनर वेगळा घ्या तिथे तुम्हाला 3 सब्जेक्ट मिळतील त्यामुळे असं कुठे अडकून पडतो आम्ही जेव्हा आता जो फायनल एकदा कसं मिळवायचं आम्ही टप्प्याटप्प्याने देतो त्यांना कारण एकदम दिलं तर ते खूप चुका व्हायचं म्हणून आम्ही ती काळजी घेतो ब्रेकअप करतो की प्रत्येकाच्या वेळेस माइंड वेगळा लागतो कोर्सचा सिलेबस करताना वेगळा लागतो म्हणजे वेगळा अप्रोच लागतो त्याच्यामध्ये डिझाईन ऑफ मायनर त्याला वेगळा म्हणून त्या व्यवस्था आम्ही टप्प्याटप्प्याने करायला लागतो हळू एकदा झाले की आम्ही कॉम्बिनेशन डिझाईन करतो मग त्या कॉम्बिनेशन मध्ये आमची काय विनंती होती म्हणजे आता तुम्ही सगळे रत्नागिरीचे आहात रत्नागिरीत जेवढे क्लस्टर्स आहेत त्या क्लस्टरची आम्ही 4 ते 5 वेळा मीटिंग घेतली बाबांना तुम्हाला कुठले कॉम्बिनेशन हवे ते आम्हाला सांगा आम्ही त्या क्लस्टरसाठी ते डिफाईन करू कारण की आम्ही वरून काही लादलो आणि ते समजा मुंबईवरून लादलं ते तुम्ही जसं म्हणलं कोकणातल्या ग्रामीण भागासाठी ते अपेक्षित नाहीये पण तिथं डिफिकल्टी तर तुम्ही आम्हाला थॉट म्हणजे आम्ही वरून काही लादण्यापेक्षा लेट अस हॅव बॉटम अप अप्रोच खालून वर सांगा तसे कॉम्बिनेशन आम्ही 4 मीटिंग घेऊन सुद्धा आम्हाला लीड कॉलेजकडून काही मिळालं नाही मग शेवटी आम्ही म्हटलं ठीक आहे आता झालं व्यवस्थित कंप्लीट झालं की आम्ही करू परत क्लस्टरकडे जाऊ क्लस्टरची एप्रिलमध्ये मीटिंग घेऊ आणि मग त्यांच्या वेगळ्या डिफिकल्टी बघू मग त्यांना जे अडॉप्ट होईल आणि त्या क्लस्टरमध्ये जे काही 8-9 कॉलेजेस त्यांना एकत्र मिळून कसं ते इम्प्लिमेंट करतील असं ठरवू आणि करू तर या दृष्टीने ठरवून आपण युनिक अप्रोच घेतोय म्हणजे हा अप्रोच फक्त विद्यार्थ्यात नाही त्यांनी वरून सगळं लागून दिलं आम्ही पहिल्यापासून फ्रीडम देतो की आपल्याकडे क्लस्टर कन्सेप्ट आहे मग क्लस्टर आपण कन्सेप्ट फक्त एक्झाम पुरती का मर्यादित ठेवायची तुम्ही एकत्र आहात तुमच्याकडे लीड कॉलेज आहे आठवण एकत्र करताय एक्झामला मदत करताय एकमेकाला तर का अकॅडमिकसाठी मदत करत नाही त्या कॉम्बिनेशन घ्या ज्या कॉम्बिनेशन पॉसिबल आहे तुम्हाला तशा घ्या तर म्हणून मी म्हणतो की तुम्ही तो टेबल तसंच तसं नाही आम्ही त्या वेगळ्या कॉम्बिनेशन अलॉट केल्या त्या क्लस्टरला पण करून देऊ त्यांनी काय मी दिसेल काय घ्यायचं मग मला काहीतरी प्रॉब्लेम येईल आम्ही करून देऊ पण तुम्ही ते मनापासून घ्यायचं
सर थँक्यू व्हेरी मच म्हणजे तुमच्या गाईडलाईन्स खरं तर सेल्फ इलस्ट्रेटिव्ह आहेत आणि अकॉर्डिंगली आमचं ऑटोनॉमस कॉलेज असल्यामुळे आम्ही फर्स्ट इयरला मेजर मायनर कन्सेप्ट ठेवलेलीच नाही 2 सब्जेक्ट आहेत फक्त माझा जो प्रश्न होता तो विद्यापीठ आता जे बीएस होत आहेत आणि ज्या अफिलिएटेड कॉलेजेसना भविष्यकाळात फेस करावं लागणार आहे त्या अनुषंगाने होता पण आपण उत्तम असं उत्तर दिलेलं आहे धन्यवाद
आम्ही कम्प्लिटली ओपन ते अडचणी आम्हाला माहिती आहे. मी चारही पेजेस सांगितले ते तुम्हाला तयार होण्याच्या दृष्टीने, कारण तुम्ही शेवटी भविष्यातले सगळे त्या त्या कॉलेजमध्ये एक्सपर्ट होऊन राहणार. पण पहिल्या पेजवरला काय फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी तुम्हाला लागणार ते आम्ही द्यायला तयार होतो. ठीक आहे, हळूहळू तुम्ही तयार झाला किंवा आपण हळूहळू पुढे बघा, काही हरकत नाही. कुठल्याही त्याचं थिओरिटिक कंडिशन आणायची नाहीये. आपल्याला एनईपीची एक प्रिन्सिपल पण इम्प्लिमेंट करायची, त्याच वेळेस आपल्या ऍडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव्ह डिफिकल्टी पण सॉल्व्ह करायची. आता हे वर्कशॉप आम्ही इथं आम्ही खास रत्नागिरी प्रवास करून आलो, मग परत झालं, तर तेवढंच यायची उद्देश की तुमची डिफिकल्टी तुमच्याच लेवलला सॉल्व्ह होईल. हा बेसिक ऑब्जेक्टिव्ह. त्यामुळे ओपननेस आहे, तुम्ही पण तो ओपननेस ठेवा. अगदी गुड.
सर नमस्ते सर.
त्याला एकदा बोलतोय तर ते उभेच राहिले.
सर प्रश्न असा होता की प्राध्यापक सोळंके गुहागर कॉलेज, तर गुहागर मध्ये एखादा विषय आहे आणि तो त्या विद्यार्थ्याला एखादा विषय कोर सब्जेक्ट मधून घ्यायचा आहे, गुहागरला तो मायनर आहे, तर इतर महाविद्यालयातून तो कोर सब्जेक्ट घेऊ शकतो का, किंवा व्हाईस वर्सा?
तुम्ही तुमच्या दोघांमध्ये ती अंडरस्टँडिंग ठेवा. कारण काय याच्यात कसं होतंय, आता आपण क्रेडिट बेस्ड फी स्ट्रक्चरला जातो, म्हणजे प्रोग्राम बेस्ड फी स्ट्रक्चर, म्हणजे बेसिक फीस म्हणलं की फीस आहे, केमिस्ट्री म्हणलं असं आता नाही. आता इथे क्रेडिट बेस्ड फी स्ट्रक्चर आहे. ती फी फिक्सेशन कमिटी लवकर त्याचा फायनल आउटकम देते. तर त्यामुळे जेव्हा तुमचा सब्जेक्ट जो कोर म्हणून ऑफर केला आणि तो तुमच्या बाजूच्या कॉलेजमध्ये घेतला, तर ऑल करा, काय हरकत, एकत्र मिळून काम करायचं, पण ती फीस तुम्हाला तिथे ट्रान्सफर करावं लागेल. तुमचे वर्कलोडचे कॅल्क्युलेशन तुम्ही बरोबर सेट करा. त्यांनी जर तुमचे काही म्हणजे तुमच्याकडे विद्यार्थी पाठवले कोर्स तर तुम्ही पण तुमचे विद्यार्थी त्याच्या मायनरसाठी पाठवा, असं काहीतरी करा. म्हणजे दोघांना विद्यार्थी मिळतील आणि विद्यार्थ्यांनी त्या विषयासाठी मुंबई येण्यापेक्षा एकच जर झाला, तुम्ही सगळे दोघं मिळून ऑफर करू शकत असाल तर खूप बेस्ट आहे. कारण बऱ्याच वेळा एखादा सब्जेक्ट का देत नाही, कारण त्याची बॅच पूर्ण ठीक आहे असं किंवा आम्हाला 5 विद्यार्थी ऍडमिशन देतात म्हणून आम्ही जेव्हा ए आणि बी एकत्र येतात आणि 5चे 25 होत असतील तर चांगली गोष्ट आहे. ऑर्डर करू त्याच्यासाठी ज्या काही रिक्वायरमेंट म्हणजे ऍडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव्ह रिक्वायरमेंट, नॅचरली एमकेसीएलचा एक तुमच्या डोक्यात असणार प्रॉब्लेम, तर तो पण आम्ही आता वर्कआउट करायला सुरुवात करू.
थँक्यू सर. मला छान वाटलं.
आणि फक्त आपल्याला याच्यामध्ये म्हणजे हे तुमचं ऍडमिशन डेस्क जे असेल, आम्ही आता नंतर एकदा संस्था चालकांत झालं नंतर तुमच्या ऍडमिशन डेस्क कॉलेजचं वेगळं घेणार आहे आणि नॉन टीचिंगचं वेगळं सेन्सिटायझेशन घेणार. तेव्हा हे प्रॉब्लेम्स आम्ही त्यांच्यासोबत डिस्कस करणार की तुमच्याकडे काय होतंय. मग ते प्रॉब्लेम्स अंडरस्टँड, जसे हिरेंद्र सर आज आहे, हिरेंद्र सर त्याचा ग्रुप हा सगळं IT विद्यापीठाचं बघतो. त्यामुळे आम्ही ते सोल्युशन त्या लेवलला इम्प्लिमेंट काय डिफिकल्टी असतील त्या अगोदरच रेकग्नाइज सॉल्व्ह करतो.
थँक्यू सर. एक अफर्मेटिव्ह अप्रोच होण्यासाठी आपलं खरंच खूप छान लेक्चर वाटलं. थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू.
डबल पेजरचा मुकाबला घेतलो, टीवायला डबल पेजर करा ठेवलं, प्लस त्याचे टोटलचे क्रेडिट्स होतात की 66 होते 132च्या निमित्त.
नाही, त्याच्यात असं आहे डबल मेजरचा आपल्या जरी डिसिप्लिनची जी आहे तो दिला नाही, कारण खूप विचार कॉम्बिनेशन केले तर गोंधळ होतो. डबल मेजरबद्दल त्यांनी क्लिअर गाईडलाईन दिली. डिसिप्लिन आपल्या सॉरी डिसेंबर जी आहे UGCचा UGC गॅझेटने डबल मेजरच्या कॉम्बिनेशन पहिल्या मेजरला हायर, म्हणजे पहिल्या मेजरला साधारणतः 50% आणि सेकंड मेजरला 40%. त्यामुळे उरलेल्या जे साधारणतः 35 to 40% आणि फर्स्ट कोरला 45 to 50%. उरलेल्यामध्ये पण बाकीचे बॅलन्स करायचे, म्हणजे कोणते वर्टिकल 4, 5, 6 जे असतात ते त्याचं ट्राय करायचं. तुम्ही ऑनलाईन स्वातंत्र्य आहे, तुम्ही बिंदास फक्त विचारायला कळवा की आम्ही असं करतो.
या दोघांनी डिजिटल करता येऊ शकतो.
हो, अगदी काय करायचं.
सर नमस्कार.
मी डॉक्टर डोंगरे, डॉक्टर नाथू कॉलेज मार्गदर्शन. आमच्याकडे कला शाखा आहे, वाणिज्य शाखा आहे, 2 शाखा असलेलं आमचं महाविद्यालय आहे. कला शाखेमध्ये 6 विषय आहेत आणि वाणिज्य शाखेचे 7 आहेत. तर प्रॉस्पेक्ट बनवताना आम्हाला मार्गदर्शन व्हावं, म्हणजे बास्केटच्या अनुषंगाने जे विषय आहेत. सध्या असलेले आमच्याकडे 7 विषय आहेत, ही कॉमर्सचे विषय आहेत. आता पुढच्या वर्षी जे 24-25 आम्हाला प्रॉस्पेक्ट बनवायचं आहे, तर त्या संदर्भात मार्गदर्शन.
हा, आता त्याच्यात कसं येणार तो तुम्हाला कॉमन आहे सर. तर याच्यात तुम्ही बास्केट तुमच्यासमोर आलेली होती काय इश्यू. तर याच्यामध्ये आम्हाला एप्रिलमध्ये सर आम्ही ती क्लॅरिटी देऊ. एकदा तुमचं जे क्लस्टर त्या क्लस्टरशी इंटरॅक्ट केल्यानंतर की आम्ही बास्केट देऊ म्हणजे ओपन इलेक्ट्रिकचे समजा ऍक्च्युअली सगळ्या फॅकल्टीच्या व्यवस्थित दिले तर ते हजारो विषय बरोबर. आम्ही त्या क्लस्टरला विचारलं की तुम्ही काय तुम्हाला काय तुमच्या सिस्टम जसं तुमच्या आर्ट्स कॉमर्स आणि तुमच्या एखाद्या विद्यार्थ्याला वाटतं तुम्हाला सायन्स सांगायचं तर तुमच्या क्लस्टरमध्ये काय पॉसिबल आहे ते एकदा त्या क्लस्टर वाईज आम्ही डिपेंड आणि मग त्यानुसार तुम्ही ते पॉसिबिलिटी आणून त्या क्लस्टर वाईज करा. क्लस्टरमध्ये तुम्ही जेवढी इंटरॅक्शन कराल तेवढं चांगलं होतं. आणि म्हणजे मग आम्हाला भरून लागण्याची गरज आहे. तुम्ही 8 ते 9 परिस्थितीत तयार बास्केट्स बघा विद्यार्थ्यांचे जे दिले मायनरचे ओपन बास्केट तुमच्यासमोर उपलब्ध झाले त्यातले तुमच्यासाठी निवडा. ते सगळे हजारच्या हजार त्याची गरज आहे. तुम्ही 5 ते 6 निवडा आणि ते तुमच्या क्लस्टर आणि ते बास्केटमध्ये मध्ये त्या मी कोर देत आहे या कोर विषयासोबत ते मायनर बास्केट
नमस्कार सर, मी डॉक्टर अपर्णा कुलकर्णी, डॉक्टर जगाकर कॉलेज. आम्ही ऑलरेडी 23-24 मध्ये NEP इम्प्लिमेंट केलेली आहे फर्स्ट इयरला. आणि सायन्स फॅकल्टीचा विचार करता आम्ही त्याच्यामध्ये 2 सब्जेक्ट घेऊन गेलो. DSC ला गेलो आम्ही आणि आम्हाला थोडीशी ही भीती होती, पण आत्ताच्या आपल्या मार्गदर्शनाने ती अगदी संपली की आम्ही फर्स्ट इयर मध्ये जरी मेजर आणि मायनर त्यांना असाइन करून दिले होते, पण त्यांना ती फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी राहावी म्हणून सेकंड इयरला जात असताना सेम क्रेडिट राहतील असं आम्ही बघितलं. आणि थोडीशी आम्हाला याच्याबाबत शंका होती की असं चालेल ना. तर आत्ताच्या आपल्या आणि अर्थात आम्ही 20 एप्रिलचा जो GR आहे त्याच्यामध्ये बसून ते स्ट्रक्चर आम्ही फॉलो केलंय. त्याच्यामुळे बाकी काही शंका नव्हती, फक्त मायनर चालणार आहे का फर्स्ट सेमिस्टरला. तर आपल्या मार्गदर्शनाने ती सुटली. आणि ओपन इलेक्टिव्हच्या बाबतीत मात्र आपण जसं म्हणालात की ते अदर फॅकल्टीच असायला हवं. पण आपण एकदा ओपन इलेक्टिव्हची बास्केट केली आणि त्याच्यानंतर समजा स्टुडंटची अशी इच्छा आहे की तो सायन्सचा आहे आणि अदर दॅन मेजर मायनर त्याला एखादा त्याच फॅकल्टीचा जर घ्यायचा असेल तर ती फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी आहे की
नाही? ती नाही. कारण हा आपलं बेसिक पर्पज मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी आहे. ते पर्पज डिफिट म्हणून ती स्टेरिंग कमिटी स्पेसिफिक कंडिशन आहे की त्याला दुसऱ्या फॅकल्टीत एखादा तरी विषय माहिती पाहिजे म्हणून त्या दृष्टीने आहे. त्यामुळे ओपन इलेक्टिव्ह सायन्सचा द्यायचा आपण
पण माझा ह्याच्यात परत एक विषय येतो की आपल्यामध्ये प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेस आणि आपले ग्रँटेबल कोर्सेस असे 2 भाग आहेत. तर यांना आपण फॉर एक्झाम्पल IT, CS, PT असे आमच्याकडे कोर्सेस आहेत. तर त्याचा एखादा कोर्स आम्ही अदर म्हणून देऊ शकतो
त्याची फीस वेगळी राहील.
इट शुड बी फ्रॉम आर्ट्स अँड कॉमर्स.
नाही आणि तुम्ही ग्रँटेड असेल पण जो काही घेतला असेल विषय ओपन इलेक्टिव्ह याची जी फीस असेल त्या ग्रँटेडची फीस तुमची वेगळी असते आणि नॉन ग्रँटेडची वेगळी असते. जो ओपन इलेक्टिव्ह असतो त्या विद्यार्थ्याला फक्त माहिती दिली पाहिजे की हे ओपन इलेक्टिव्ह अवेलेबल आहे. हे ओपन इलेक्टिव्ह आमच्या ग्रँटेड मध्ये त्याची फीस ही असू शकते आणि दुसरे ओपन इलेक्टिव्ह त्याची फीस ही असते. विद्यार्थ्यांना चॉईस दिला पाहिजे आणि त्याप्रमाणे क्लिअर केलं पण पाहिजे. ऍक्च्युअली नॉन ग्रँटेडची फीस हायर असणार तो जेव्हा ती फीस त्याला
ओके सर, थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. आमच्या बरेचसे डाऊट तुमच्या मार्गदर्शनामुळे क्लिअर झाले. थँक्यू.
नमस्कार सर, मी डॉक्टर योगेश फिनोलेक्स इंजिनिअरिंगच्या बाबतीत NEP इम्प्लिमेंटेशनच्या दृष्टीनं काय काय आहे?
इंजिनिअरिंगला थोडा वेळ लागला कारण आर्ट सायन्स कॉमर्स आम्हाला इंजिनिअरिंगचा आता म्हणजे कारण तुमचे एक्झाम पण उशिरा झाले. त्यामुळे आम्ही आर्ट्स कॉमर्स सायन्स कॉमर्स इंजिनिअरिंगचं काम सुरू झालं. बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीजचं पहिले त्याच्या बाबतीत बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीजचं पहिले सेन्सिटायझेशन झालं. 4 जुलैचं GR घेतलं. त्या 4 जुलैच्या GRच्या आधारावर सगळे इंजिनिअरिंगच्या बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीजने एकत्र आलं. ट्रेनिंग करतो. मग त्याच्या आधारावर त्याचं स्ट्रक्चर दिलं. तर ते साधारणतः मार्च 1च्या दृष्टीने आता साधारणतः मला वाटतं पुढच्या आठवड्यात बोर्ड ऑफ स्टडीज सगळे इंजिनिअरिंगची मीटिंग त्याच्यात ते 4 जुलैला एक्सप्लेन करून सांगितलं जाणार. त्याप्रमाणे आम्ही ते परत टप्पे जातो. पहिल्या फेजमध्ये काय करायचं, दुसऱ्या फेजमध्ये काय करायचं हे टप्पे त्यांना दिले जातात आणि मग बाय ऍक्च्युअली त्याच्यावरती करायचं. इथे नाही पुढच्या वर्षी सगळ्या गावांमधून सगळी पर्यंत
Namaskar sir, I'm Nidhi Gondre. I'm from me and my team is from Law College. Now perhaps the question is on the same lines as in Engineering College. I'm unable to visualize how will be the core and the basket of minors for law. Are we working on it?
So right now there are few subjects which are still not covered by regulatory bodies. NEP does it. NEP does is that it has to be applied for every discipline. But law, pharmacy, architect, AJ, they are still to take up their implementation. The UGC continuously the regulatory bodies are something. And somehow Bar Council of India, Council of Architecture, Pharmacy Council, at least law has a different domain. कारण त्यामध्ये करताना ते वर्क डिफरंट आर्किटेक्ट पण करावं लागेल. फार्मसीचं तर आपण प्युअर इमॅजिनेशन की काय त्यांना अडचण आहे. कारण इट इज 4 year इंजिनिअरिंग ऑलरेडी फार्मसी वर इझी पण ते रेग्युलेटरी बॉडीज आर नॉट डिफरंट. मला वाटतं जेव्हा ते इंग्लिशिंगचं या रेग्युलेटरी बॉडीज बंद केलं तेव्हा ते लॉ राईट नाव लॉ इज नॉट ए मॅटर टेकन अप फॉर एव्हरीथिंग. लॉ नाही फार्मसी नाही आर्किटेक्ट.
सर मी गव्हर्नमेंट फार्मसी कॉलेज प्राध्यापक आहे. मी आता जे म्हणलं की फार्मसी काउन्सिल का फार्मसी एज्युकेशन, आर्किटेक्चर एज्युकेशन आणि मेडिकल एज्युकेशन काउन्सिलने कव्हर केलं जातं आणि त्यांना एक पर्टिक्युलर लायसन्सिंग आहे आणि ते लायसन्सिंग त्या पर्टिक्युलर ऍक्ट प्रमाणे देतात. जर आपण नॅशनल एज्युकेशन पॉलिसी इम्प्लिमेंट केली आणि जर कोर्सेस मॉडिफाय केले तर ह्या एजन्सीजनं काय केलेलं आहे की त्यांचे कोर्सेस सुद्धा डिफाईन केलेले आहेत. They are defining it by from that act. आता आपण जर असे कोर्सेस मॉडिफाय केले
पण केलीच नाही.
जे जर झाले तर
नाही आपण जोपर्यंत रेग्युलेटरी बॉडीज येत नाहीत समोर तोपर्यंत करणार कारण त्यांना जसं तुम्ही म्हणाले की डिफाईन बाय ऍक्ट. त्यामुळे त्यांचा चेंज विल बी अडॉप्टेड बाय पार्लिमेंट.
पहिला पार्लमेंट मध्ये जाऊन ऍक्ट मॉडिफाय केला तरच ते नॅशनल पॉलिसी इम्प्लिमेंट होते.
त्यांना विदिन ऍक्ट सुद्धा करता येईल. फार्मसीला खरंच काही अवघड नाही. फार्मसीला व्हेरी सिम्पल हे आहे. लॉ आणि आर्किटेक्चर वेगळे कारण लॉ आर्किटेक्टला कसं फाईन जास्त नंबर ऑफ इयर्स मध्ये लॉ वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे कॉम्बिनेशन्स आहेत. फार्मसीला खरंच काही प्रॉब्लेम.
सर ऍक्च्युअली ते काय होतं कारण फार्मसी काउन्सिल ऑफ इंडिया जो ऍक्ट आहे 1948 तो त्यांचा खूप कमिशन येत आहे आणि म्हणून कदाचित ते रिलेटेड असतील थोडंसं.
त्याच्यामुळे काही संबंध नाही. आम्ही वी हॅव इंटरॅक्टेड विथ ऑल रेग्युलेटरी बॉडीज. जेव्हा मी माझा रिपोर्ट लिहित होतो प्रत्येक रेग्युलेटरी बॉडीचे चेअरमन या सगळ्यांना भेटून आले. हां फार्मसी काउन्सिलचा वेगळा इश्यू आहे. दॅट इज नॉट डिस्कस्ड ॲट दिस प्लॅटफॉर्म. पण तो काहीच अडचण नव्हती. वेगळे इश्यू ऍक्ट ह्यामध्ये येतच नाही. आता एसीचा ऍक्ट वेगळा आहे. इंजिनिअरिंगला काय अडचण नाही. तर तसंच आहे. फार्मसीचा फार सोपा होता. इनफॅक्ट फार्मसीला मल्टीडिसिप्लिनॅरिटी ऑलरेडी एक्झिस्टिंग आहे.
ऍक्च्युअली ते होणार आहेत ना कारण या वर्षी बजेटमध्ये त्यांनी मेडिकल डिव्हाइसेस एक स्पेशल टाकलं की त्या स्टार्टिंग मेडिकल डिव्हाइसेस आणि असे जर कोर्सेस मेडिकल डिव्हाइसेस वगैरे आले तर ऍक्च्युअली मॉडिफाय करून त्यांना लायसन्सिंग द्यावंच लागतात. आता प्रेझेंट एक्झिस्टिंग ऍक्ट त्याला लायसन्सिंग देणारच नाही. तुम्ही जर मेडिकल डिव्हाइसेसचा कोर्सच वेगळा काढला, बी फार्म नाहीये, तो फार्मडी नाहीये किंवा डिप्लोमा फार्मसी नाहीये, त्याचे काय तुम्हाला करावं तर लागणारच आहे.
हे एक्झिस्टिंग ऍक्टमध्ये पण मॉडिफाय करून करता आला असता. त्यासाठी एकदम पार्लिमेंटकडे जावं लागतं असं नाही. कौन्सिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चरला जरूर जावं लागेल पार्लिमेंटला. फार्मसीला सोपं होतं पण त्यांनी केलं एवढंच सांगितलं.
थँक्यू सर.
बाकी
हॅलो, नमस्कार सर, मी डॉक्टर उमेश कुमार बादल, ज्ञानदीप कॉलेज. रिलेव्हंट आहे का नाही माहित नाही, परंतु एंट्री लेवल आहे म्हणून विचारतोय की जसं सीयूएटी आहे आणि प्रपोज कदाचित महाराष्ट्र सीयूएटी सारखी परीक्षा घेऊ शकेल किंवा ते प्रपोज पण आहे. परंतु हेच करत असताना जर इंजिनिअरिंग सारख्या कॉलेजेस वगैरे जर आपण या एज्युकेशन इन्स्टिट्यूट मध्ये जोडणार असो तर पुढे नीट सारखी एक्झाम आहे, जेई सारखी एक्झाम आहे, तर ह्या सगळ्या जवळ वन नेशन वन एक्झाम सारखी काही गोष्टी होऊ शकते.
त्याचा अप्रोच आहे त्यांची, कारण त्यांनी नॅशनल बॉडी पण केली. आता त्याच म्हणजे त्यात तुम्ही नीट म्हणताय किंवा जेई समजा आयटीच कंडक्ट नीट आणि ह्या जे एक्झाम्स आहेत ते आता एकच असेसमेंट बॉडी गव्हर्नमेंट इंडियाने केली. त्यामुळे सगळ्यांच्या ज्या ज्या अंडर पण आपल्याला येणार तर निश्चित त्या तसे काही त्याच्यात अडचण येईल असं काही नाही. अजून फक्त त्याच्यातला एक पार्ट राहिला म्हणजे आयआयटीज आणि एनआयटीज ना रेग्युलर सिस्टीमचा भाग करणं हा अजूनही तो वेगळा आहे. त्याचं जे बाकीच्यांच्यासाठी मात्र सीयूटी आहे इंजिनिअरिंग त्या अँगलने येते प्रश्न नाही. तर तो एक 2 ते 3 वर्ष कारण त्यांची एनटीए म्हणून सेपरेट बॉडी झाली नॅशनल टेस्टिंग एजन्सी, त्याच्याकडे ते काम बाय ऍक्ट जाते. ते 2 ते 3 वर्ष कॉमन पर्स्पेक्टिव्ह घेऊ शकतो. महाराष्ट्र राज्याने करणं अपेक्षित आहे कारण शेवटी नॅशनल लेवलच्या एक्झामच्या बाबतीत त्या काही रिजनल डिफिकल्टी असतात. त्यामुळे स्टेट लेवललाही असतं. जसं तामिळनाडूचं अप्रोच घेतलं असतं तर स्टेट लेवलला जसं आता सीईटी मोठ्या ब्रॉडर मिकॅनिझम माझ्याकडून कव्हर करायचं आहे. या बाबतीत एनसीटी आहे. एनसीटीचे एज्युकेशन अँड फिजिकल एज्युकेशन दे आर लिटिल स्लो इन अप्रोच. त्यांनी 2 फेजेस मध्ये काम केलं. पहिल्या फेज मध्ये मागच्या वर्षी जेव्हा केलं तेव्हा त्यांनी काही ठिकाणी केलं. या वर्षीच्या याच्यात बऱ्याच जणांना त्यांनी परवानगी दिली. कुणाला दिली तर बहुतेक ज्या नॅशनल लेवल ऑर्गनायझेशन आहेत, गव्हर्नमेंट युनिव्हर्सिटीज आहेत, अशांना त्यांनी परवानगी दिली. महाराष्ट्र साधारणतः मागच्या 3 परवानगी दिली. हळूहळू ते ओपन होत आहे आणि त्यांचं म्हणजे बाय 2030 त्यांच्या दृष्टीने 2030 कार्य 2030 ला भेट आहे.
I think doubts have been resolved. If you still have some doubts, you have the forms with you. You can just put those doubts on the forms. We will convey those doubts to Honorable Vice Chancellors. We are continue with the next session because we are already running short of time. So, without wasting any further time, we are to start with the second session. For that, we have the other speaker with us. I will just have a short introduction of him. Dr. Hiren Dand sir, who works as Head of Department of Information Technology at Mulund College of Commerce. He is also Professor and Guide at JJTU, Rajasthan, under his guidance, 8 researchers have completed PhD and he has published 4 utility and 1 design patent. He has almost 30 years of teaching and research as well as industrial experience. He has worked as a vice president with Computation IT India Private Limited. He has published many research papers in the renowned Scopus Index and UGC state journals. He has also published books on PL, SQL, R, web programming, and so on. He is an active member of Board of Studies and syllabus committees of many autonomous colleges as well as University of Mumbai. He has conducted many workshops and delivered many talks as the resource person for his outstanding achievement and remarkable works in the field of education. He has been awarded with Lifetime Education Award. So we are to start his session, which is the best session in this workshop. And before that, just I would like to request you one more thing. The feedback link will be shared on your WhatsApp group as well as the QR code will be displayed here. So it is mandatory for each one to give the feedback for each session before you go for the certification. So before getting the certificate, it will be cross-verified whether each one of you has given the feedback. Thank you.
Courses, we will be seeing what about groups, how they are being, how can we develop that, what group courses can be used. So, under NEP, the first thing that we need to change is our mindset. As I already said, we cannot say no. We have to accept it, and there is no option. So, to accept that, one of the options that is given is to we can have 60-40, like 40% of the course can be online. But it's not compulsory, allowed, it is allowed. We may introduce 10%, 20% online. So not all 40% we may have online. But there is possibility some courses will develop completely online. So how we can do that? And what is this books all about? Initially only 12 courses are allowed to be taken online. So what is books? So book refers to an innovative approach to informal education, overcoming the time, age and other relevant constraints. Our normal daily classes are held via regular class timings. Under NEP, we might have to change that. Science students are used to attending, lectures, they are having a break, long break, they are having continuous. Whereas commerce and art students, the classes are continuous. By 11:30 they are free. Under NEP, when they are looking for other subjects from other streams, other faculty, that may change. It is available for mass and open for all. The book courses are available for mass and open for all. It includes both credit and non-credit courses. It may or may not be associated with university or institution. Approved by SWAYAM. It is not only for students but also for teachers. So a lot of courses are there like Arpit, you will see. Is a course which is equivalent to one refresher course. Books has longer history than we know. So for long this has been there and it was being carried out. How do books reach the mass? Through online platforms, we all experienced in COVID how we had started with this online education with a lot of difficulties. No one imagined that things can come to this standstill, everything closed. Nothing, no vehicles, no trains, nothing. And that time we came up with a lot of ideas and we started with online platforms and completed with whatever difficulties, whatever challenges, we completed the years of the student. And then the training was also online, examination online. So online platforms are used. Some of the platforms are free with certain limitations. Very much used is Moodle. So Moodle, edX, Coursera, Unacademy, FutureLearn, Canvas, Square. Moodle stands for Modular Object-Oriented Dynamic Learning Environment. From platform we provide the HR Ministry India is Square. Study webs of active learning for young aspiring minds. So Swam portal. Presently, the NEP and everything says that we have to adopt the courses for Swam. Government of Maharashtra is coming up with Mass Swam. University of Mumbai is also coming up with their own online education portal. So the courses will be provided in all of these, and then we'll be able to adopt. Role of Swam in MOOCs. It is the only platform recognized by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. It only facilitates to course coordinators who are from the institution recognized under 12B in UGC norm. Courses on SWAM can only be provided after concerned institutional and further expert panel approvals. It asks for PG experience of at least 5 years in concerned discipline to be a subject expert. So we can all start with good courses. We'll come to the next slide. Then there are 400 courses offered by SWAM, and they are looking for more than 1,600 courses to be offered in online mode. So courses for both are big. What we spoke about, like refresher course. The university who uploads the course is the host university, and then the university which adopts the course is the parent university. A course by IIT, all the NPTEL are uploaded by IITs. And if University of Mumbai or autonomous colleges, we can accept certain courses. That these are the courses which we are going to allow on SWAM portal. You can do that. What was the from asked? Because in SWAM, for arts and commerce colleges, the schedule does not match. It starts late. Our exams get over in October, but their exams will go up to December. So due to those such issues, there is a talk going on. Maybe from next year we may have courses aligned with our academic term, so that the examination is also held in time. Besides that, except for NPTEL, many of the courses exams get delayed. So all those ideas are floated and talks are going on so that things can be aligned. Otherwise, there's a big question. We will conduct the course. We have to give the marks to students. We have to declare the results, and the courses are still not finished. The exam is not conducted. So all those challenges are there. But yes, there is possibility to offer 40% online courses, and every course, some part we can offer, or 40% of the courses, up to 40%, we can offer in online mode. Only courses which are adopted by any university or autonomous colleges to be treated as credit courses. A student will want to do anything that they can do. SWAM credit will be there, but they will not be considered by the college or parent university as credit course. Credit courses for students provide credit points on passing the concerned course. There is no academic recognition to non-credit courses. And this is for teachers equivalent to refresher course. So we know this, to develop the course we have to have the 4-quadrant of SWAM courses. So 4-quadrant approach. For all online courses, we should have this 4-quadrant approach. The first one deals with animations, simulations, video demonstrations. So all e-tutorials. Quadrant 2, we provide them the reading materials, self-instructional material, e-books, illustrations, case studies, research papers. So that is all e-content what we need to develop. Then third quadrant, we should have discussion forum where students of same course can discuss. There may be some teachers present at times to solve their doubts. And the fourth quadrant is assessment, MCQs, government exam, creditable courses, assignments, quizzes, self-assessment. All these things are involved. Now for online assessment, we already know whenever there is online assessment, there has always been an issue of mass copy, switching. So things are available. Even with Google also, when we took exam during COVID, there is Google Monitor where we can monitor at a very low cost. So monitoring is possible, switching of windows can be avoided. Other option is that they will appear for the exam in our own computer lab. So then they are under proctoring. So there will be supervisor present who is supervising. The moment they switch the window, it will be disqualified, and all these things can be taken. So there are challenges of online education, and of course, the questions which can be designed which are not easily available on the net. So such type of questions can also be designed. So this is the four quadrant approach for developing an online MOOC course. Each of us have some or the other expertise. We can design our course, we can prepare the outline, and then we can send it to the proposal to SWAM. Once it is reviewed, then SWAM gets back to us and tells us that yeah, you are free to develop the course and now you should develop the course. A lot of funds are provided, you will see that. Course material will be based on the four quadrants. Course material can be developed with self-made content and contents which are already available as online educational resources. Lot of contents are available as online educational resources which are not copyrighted. So we can use that. But then also it is someone else's work, so we cannot copy it directly. We can modify the things, add our comments to that, our slides to that, and use them. A course on SWAM is into 30 or 40 modules are there. So depending on that, the credits are given, depending on our 2 credits, 4 credits, 6 credits, 8 credit courses are there. Now, it may so happen that for a particular course, which is offered through SWAM may give 4 credits but as institution, because it is not very related to our own courses, but still we feel we want to allow students to do that. We may give 2 credits also. Though from SWAM they are offering 4 credits, we will offer different credits, that is allowed. We can also allow the students to do courses online in SWAM and conduct examination ourselves. Because again for examination, courses are free, but for examination students have to pay. So as sir said, fee commission committee is doing that. So they will come up with such courses, how to do, how much money we accept, we can pay SWAM directly, or we want student to register and pay and bring a certificate. All those things will be decided and guidelines will come soon. But it is possible. A 40 model, 3 credits, 4 credits. One model is prepared by a team of 4. Subject expert, presenter, technical expert, and content reviewer. When we have this video to be shot, we will need expertise who can shoot the video. Lot of noise cancellation will be required. Because what happens, whenever we talk on phone through our headphones and mic, we see lot of surrounding sound comes. So there are mics are available with sound cancellation, noise cancellation. All those things will be required. And we will see nowadays mobiles are capable. We can sit in a quiet room and for which we want to send for approval, we can record on mobile phone also. And then we need some fine tuning. If there is some noise to be removed, we can edit it and do lot of things. So nowadays mobile phones are also highly capable. But of course, the team of 4 will be needed. There can be more people also involved. So that is how we can prepare. Next. education resources in MOOCs. OER consists of 5 R's. On online educational resources are open. Reuse, revise, remix, redistribute, retain. So we may reuse it, we may revise, remix it, add something more, redistribute after we have remixed it, and still we retain the original documents as it is by giving good number of credits. OER is a license to use someone's content without his or prior permission. When we also develop some courses, we can of course do copyright. We can release some of our courses as OERs, open education resources to be used by anyone. Some of the OERs are OER Africa, OER Asia, MIT Open Courseware, OER Commons. They give a lot of things. MIT has a lot of sites where we can actually, there are virtual labs. We can perform practicals on that. Lot of things are available and they have given it free. So we can also give some courses free. Online videos and e-contents used at SWAYAM platform should be plagiarism free and collected from OER only. If we have copied or we have taken the content either from OER or our own content should be plagiarism free. We cannot copy from the copyrighted books, videos, then we will enter into trouble. So we have to have our own videos or from OER. But with OER, a lot of people have already developed by using the OERs. We need to create our own course content. So there are licenses, different types of licenses with OERs, copy and publish. Attribution required. So they say that if you can use, but you should attribute to the creator. Commercial use, some allow, some don't allow. Modify and adapt. We can modify, adapt it, no problem. And change license. So some people do allow changing of license. So in the first one, we can redistribute, copy, publish, display, communicate. With orange, we have to attribute the original work. So we give that recognition. With red, we can use the word commercially. Green, we can modify and adapt the original work. And blue, you can choose license type for your adaptation of the work. We can choose our license. What type of work we want, we can decide that and choose the license. So that was the same continues. For developing a SWAYAM course, we are paid. The payment is quite good enough. For one course, the amount goes as high as 13.5 lakhs. But now it is not that we are getting, there is a team and it is paid in parts. Just by developing one module, it won't be enough. We will develop one proper course and there are restrictions. Next time we'll see. So, subject expert 3750 per module, presenter 5000 per module, content editor 2000, editing of video editing 5000 per module, camera and other technical parts 2500 per module, and other miscellaneous expenses are also given. All this is there I will show you on the site of swam.influencer.com. UGC guidelines are there. You are paid as course coordinator, rupees 1 lakh. If there is an enrollment of more than 500 students in your course and the first cycle of the course has been completed. Do other associates are paid? Yes, all the associates are also paid. What are you paid as an institution? A total fund of 30,000 is given in installments as course development progresses. This fund is purely subjected to course development only. The fund will be given to the institution. Because the institution will have to buy equipment, camera, mics, all the rest of equipment are also given on the website. So presently SWAYAM is running 400 courses. HR Ministry has listed view of running online programs. There is a requirement of 10,000 courses on SWAYAM to run such programs. SWAYAM is seeking for those 9,600 courses from faculties across the country. So the scope is very huge.
So once we get some part-time job we can use this opportunity to develop online courses. I'm sure each one of us present here has vast knowledge in this subject area. So we can decide develop a course and submit to books. What can be the first step? Join one of the Arpit courses. I'm sure many all of us must have done refresher courses, Arpit, or we must have done some of the other SWAYAM course. Develop a model course on Moodle because Moodle is free. We can use any and show some other sites also where we can develop and give it to students. Take a bunch of 50 students to practice the online teaching method. Use some of the flipped and blended classroom practices in the teaching. Make well use of software available for teaching and assessment. So during this COVID time, many of us must have purchased some LMS, some examination software to conduct exam, and most of the colleges might be having software to prepare the results. That of course is a part of the second presentation after lunch about ABCID. Then we will discuss about that. So here we can do these things. See how successful it is. What happens in online education when we conducted beginning? There was a lot of distraction for the students. When students are at home, when they come here, that distraction is there. We also by delivering the exam will pause because we also will have distractions. But during second lockdown, that changed. Because we said now you have to on the camera, you have to sit, you have to do, things changed. So that also is another mindset to accept online education from both sides, students and teachers. Teachers are never going to be replaced 100%. We have seen after COVID, students were so enthusiastic to come to the class. Unfortunately, they forgot to write. When they were practicing for 10, 12 years, they forgot to write. You know how difficult for them to write the first exam after COVID. So we all experienced that. And still, those students are now in the third year. For arts and common colleges, is also the final year. In fact, most of the colleges and at university also, the size of the answer booklet has been reduced from 40 to 32 because they don't have practice of writing. So we have to bring back to normal. So that takes time. And now with this online, we have to take help of that. We'll see how it's going to help. Even online monitoring can be done through AI. Lot of software are available. Examination will be proctored and they are given warning and examination just stops if there is bad practice. So all those things are available. So we have to get used to this. With NEP and this AI and everything coming into, we have to be constant learners. We have to learn. It is very difficult, at the first instance to adopt something like NEP. We are very much possessive about our subject. The mother subject. We chemistry, because the mother subject is chemistry. आता NEP मध्ये सगळे everyone is everyone. They will learn something IKS from history, they will learn from other faculty, management, commerce. So we have to accept that yes, things are changing, and that is for good. Specialization is there, but that is appreciated. At UG level, dropouts were there. The idea is to reduce that. People don't get time. We can provide online learning. We take lectures, some lectures, not everything. We can give hints and we can develop. We'll see small things we can provide. Not 100%. The problem is if you provide 100%, then they will not come. They'll say 5 will come. Instead of available online, persevere. So we'll see how we can use these things. Lot of software available. We will see software. Yes, these steps to develop, to create amazing books. The first step is set goals. Decide on student and instructional educational objectives. What is the objective of this course? Why we are doing this? Determining the targets. So identify the target by creating the customer profile. Who is going to be the target of this course? So if there are any prerequisites, we tell them that this was a prerequisite. First we will design base level course, then we will tell that our base level course is a prerequisite for level 2, and so on. Select a platform. So Moodle was suggested initially because a lot of things can be done through Moodle. Moodle, and it is freely available. Setting up and all takes little technical help, but it is a really good course, a really good framework for starting with online education. Everything is available. We can upload audio, videos, everything. We can upload. We can take tests in Moodle. Everything is possible. Bring in experts. We are experts in our field, but we can always invite our peers to discuss. Because after we bring it, we need to design an outline. So during outline, we can decide, with a lot of discussion. Even all the board of studies, many of us members of board of studies, we do a lot of discussions. And through that, we decide what would be the outline, what subjects should be selected for each of the programs. Same way the outline. Once the outline is ready, then we can proceed further, expanding on that outline. So we prepare the outline with expert consultation, assemble all the information, huge amount of weeklies from reference books. Textbooks are available, but when we learn and we see reference books, the books are of 700,000 pages. We are going to create a course of 30, 40, 60 hours. In 60 hours, we will not be able to recover 700,000 pages. So what we want to teach them? After doing that, we assemble the information. What we are going to give in all the 4 quadrants. When we learning our 2 quadrants. The first one, videos and everything. And the second quadrant is information. There we can give them the books. That this is what we are teaching, this you do self-study. And then also putting a book of 700 pages will become difficult. So we give module-wise some notes, and further references we can. That this is what is provided. Further you can refer this. So those who are interested, they will further study also. Assemble the information. For recording a video, we need to write a video script. Of course, not many of you might be even, but we are very, to face a camera, it takes little time because to give a lecture live is different. We become very conscious in front of camera. So we need to prepare for that. If we have script ready, then we have read script twice, then it becomes easy. So we write the script. What are we going to talk in the video? So we make a script, record video. Recording also is not particularly all the steps. After it is recorded, we need to edit it, remove the noises, we need to re-record certain part of video, we replace some parts, combine all those things, anything is to be done after recording the video. So once that is done, build evaluation method. How are we going to evaluate? So we should follow Bloom's taxonomy. Yes, nowadays for that also we need to map our program outcomes, course outcomes to our results. So based on Bloom's taxonomy, we can build evaluation methods. We may have all the metrics on which we are going to evaluate, the rubrics, everything. Gather feedback. After the course is over, we need the feedback. We should always take positive because it gives us ourselves to improve. It subjects us to more improvement. What better we could do? We could always modify the videos later on. So take feedback. So gather the feedback, reiterate and refine. So do the things again and refine the things. We need to refine the things. So then this site is there of swam.encrypted.ac.in. I will just show the site. Yes. So this is the site. When you go to the main site, encrypted, swam.encrypted.ac.in. Introduction, it introduces SWAM. Scope of work. What can be done? So the expression of interest is invited from eligible faculty members. So 5 years of teaching, PhD is compulsory, and 5 years of teaching teaching experience. Quadrants, 4 quadrants, what we saw. We need to develop on that. Similar to classroom, courses are divided into various units. 7 courses are into various modules. Each module covers a section of syllabus. Module consists of 20 to 25 to 30 minutes of videos. And everything, what we saw in the slides as mentioned, the eligibility. So PhD with a minimum 5 years of teaching experience in concerned discipline. Faculty employed in university college would be required to submit a consent letter from the host university offer online course to swear. So one NOC would be required. Guidelines. There are all the documents on this side. So I want you to open the documents. So there are guidelines. We can always go to this detailed guidelines. Board is formed like an academic boards of studies. Physically, there is a board of studies, academic board, they review. There are national coordinators. Creation of online courses, we saw that, how we could do that. There is another board, this one not financial, what we saw in the slide. The finance of 30,50,000, they are split it and we could get it. The college and the host university would get it to set up the things. And there are definitions of terms. English. Being a national document, these are the certificate, some other things. And they modify certain things, they add, so we can go to the site and see, and of course we can submit our proposal. The last tab here is about submission of the proposal. Once we are prepared, we can decide, select the level, the subject, the course. So we can do that and submit the proposal. Nowadays, with a lot of things, we use Chat GPT. Students also use. Initially, out of 10 letters, 9 would have grammatical errors, 9 would have principal spelling and PLE. Nowadays, we see wonderful letters. Students even don't know what is written in that, but they have applied. I want to apply for B for 10 days, please write a letter for me. And the letter is written, take the sign and submit. So, of course, that is other side. We can also use AI for a lot of our work. It aids, as teachers, we can take the help of AI to develop our courses in research and in whatever area we want, we could use these AI tools. Few AI tools I am going to show now. The first one I am going to show is very much similar to Big AI. Sorry, ChatGPT is Big AI, which is free. So here we can see one. So this is the interface of pre-AI. Nowadays we hear a lot about prompt engineering. The cursor thinking area is prompt. When we type, what do we want? And it is going to generate content for us. So we can ask simple questions. Yesterday there was a question and someone wrote, write a research paper on Indian knowledge system. So that was last what was there, which is being displayed. So we will write some question. If you want a research paper, the most difficult thing in research paper is to decide the title. We cannot write research paper like research paper in AI. It is too vast. We have to narrow down our title. So when we narrow down, then we get a good research thing we may get. And it is generating from
It's learned. This all AI things they learn first. After learning, now it is ready, so it will help us. So if you can tell me, I will type it. What research paper would like to get it published? Any title if it could help you with any subject.
Skill gap of lost students. Skill gap. Analysis of lost students. Skill gap. Analysis of lost students.
Of course, this is a small paper, but we can get a lot of ideas from here and we can expand on them. So while writing our thesis also we could use that. Okay, and of course Chat GPT is paid, it's free. In Chat GPT, a lot of other things are there. Not only English, you can write in Hindi, Marathi, not this one, Chat GPT. Hindi, Marathi, whichever language you feel them, it can write in different languages. So it will. No, we have to give represent this is the idea. Then we have to search research paper which represents the idea. And we can ask for the references. And give references also. Yeah. No, plagiarism here become less, but now plagiarism software people are also working, and it is AI generated content. Currently, it has only started with that. It tells this is AI generated content. So, when there is virus at people level for that same thing, now there can be AI generated content. So, this is called as generative AI. AI has become now old, embedding intelligence in machine. Now, we have embedded a lot of intelligence, so now machines are generating things. In fact, there are a lot of things we can generate pictures, which will not be available in Google. They can generate pictures. There are software available for that. There are sites available for that where they can generate pictures. So all these things are possible. Now we will generate a simple course. Lot of tools are available for generating free courses. And one of that which we are going to see now is NEP. EDAPP. NEP. We have to have institutional login for that, for creating a course. Free, it is available for free, that is paid version also. But for free, we need institutional login. So normal public domain emails won't do. Gmail or Yahoo or paid Outlook, we have to have an institutional login. Now, most of the institutions have that. So we can in this we can also use, we can set a question paper and tell that convert this question paper to question paper with loops taxonomy. So automatically it will cover words. In fact, we can give the idea. Suppose you want a paper of 10 questions on so as you're talking about loops taxonomy, it will generate. If you want answers to that, it will generate. But we have to, of course, refer to those and we have to see and we can add more. Besides, there's now in NEP also internal evaluation has become a part of that. So with this book types of courses or taking exams online will help, because otherwise we have this strength of 120 and evaluate students, it will become like a taxing class. So we can use these tools, online tools, which can do certain things and help automate the task. Descriptive questions also can be asked, but at least objectives can be checked automatically, immediately. Subject we will go through it and check. We can take exams in typing also, maybe from mobile or by sitting on PC also, and then we can use plagiarism software to check the answers also. More match, more marks. Less matching, less marks. So So we could use it that way. So there are tools available, but we can use how it helps us develop this in a better way. So question paper generation becomes easy. After we have sent the question paper, we can tell, please convert this into S if you go the group taxonomy. So it converts into this. So this is the screen of edit. Designation level. Everything is becoming now online. It is intelligent. Email also, when we write something, automatically suggest what to write further. If we have forgotten to attach the NEP, please find attach. It tells us, please find, but you have forgotten to attach the attachment. You are not attached. So all these things it tells us. Course library is available. From there we can create. Here there is a create button. We want to create one with AI. Just now we can create on our own. We can make our own slides. We can do that. But here there is an option create with AI. So presently I am doing create AI. I know it is necessary. Everybody is agree. I think maximum 7 minutes more. Create with AI. So what type of course you want to create with AI? You can suggest. Create a course on communication. Nowadays, once you're ready to use mobile, there is an option down. If you want to see on mobile, on tab, or on computer. So there are options are there. Mobile is selected. It is created a course with 15 slides. It will have assessment also. We will just visit the computer mode and see. So it becomes more bigger. I will use a magnifier. It gives covering and skills are essential for success and all of that. We can continue. Verbal communication.
Non-verbal. Now everything is more content for non-verbal. Facial expression, gestures, body language, eye contact. Like that. Automatically it has created pictures also. And it has given anatomy of human body understanding and interpreting non-verbal cues is important for effective communication. So each of that is written what it is and how it occurs. Then next slide. So that was part of slide 3 only. Confidence. This also has listening. This is listening skills. And at the end, it will have the test. Emotional intelligence. Test your understanding. So it gives us select the correct answer. All these things, we don't do anything. But of course, this is automatically generated. We will need to do it on our own also we can do. So that is a very good app. And you can share it with students. Free one we can share it with everyone. There is a paid version we can share with select number of students. That will help. The third point which I am going to show is very small. That is to develop videos. There is a sign DID. D-ID. DID Studio. We can use to print photographs. If you want us now, here what it does, we can upload the photograph and it will convert this still photograph into video. There is only very short of 2 seconds, but we can have lengthy text. We can put our own voice. Then it will produce the sound of our voice. It will learn from our voice and it will give our own voice. Okay, so that is how things are happening. We see a lot of fraud calls. Not from our own people, but voice cloning is being done. That all is there, but we can explain this. So here, very small trivialities. It is given low sound reading coverage, it is automatically moved by lips accordingly. So we can record video like that. So a lot of these tools are available. Of course, using these tools is another session in itself. But I'm sure everyone is hungry for lunch. You can keep the questions. Next section also I will be taking on ABC and other topics. So we will discuss the questions. So I thank everyone here to listen to me patiently, and I hope you have gained something out of the session. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Please carry your coupons for that. You have the coupons in your folder. Please carry the coupons with you. फीडबॅकच्या क्वेरीज आहेत किंवा अटेंडन्स मार्क करायचे आपल्याला लंच नंतर सिग्नेचर दोन्ही सेशनच्या आपण घेणार आहोत आणि फीडबॅक